Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Can I see on the session that in the group chat that you're hearing me, the private chat? Good morning.
Good morning, Miss Goddard.
Good morning. Are we excited? It's another Africa Day Forum. I can only see one person replying, good morning. Is it only Christine Gomez that's in? Lovely, lovely, lovely. Wonderful, wonderful. So it's 10 o'clock, 10:04, and we are about to start the session. And I am Caroline Goddard Johnson, and my co-host is Miss Isatu. So we would like to welcome you all our dignified speakers, all our honorable mentees, on behalf of myself, we invite you to another celebration of Africa Day. I want to say get ready for an impactful session. Get ready to learn, get ready to unlearn, get ready to be equipped, get ready to be stirred up, get ready to think beyond your capacity, think beyond everything. Be ready that today is going to be another session. So give me some excitement, give me some vibe. It's all about Africa today. It's all about Africa. So we are about to go dive right into the session. So I want to welcome all of you watching us from YouTube, watching us from Instagram, watching us from Twitter, X, now it's called X, watching us from what's it called again? If you're watching WhatsApp, wherever you're watching from, we appreciate your presence, and we're saying get ready, get ready, get ready. Like sit up, get ready to learn from our able speakers and from all that will be speaking, the videos that will be played. Just get ready for an impactful session. Know that your time is not wasted. You're here because something great is about to happen to Africa at large. So I invite my co-host, who's going to be introducing me, your host, and then I will be introducing her as my co-host. So Miss Isato, please go on.
Good morning. Are you all excited? Because I'm so excited to be here today. So I'll introduce my co-host. She's Miss Caroline Goddard Johnson, a barrister and solicitor of the Supreme Court of the Gambia, and of course, a very proud alumni and asset of Coaches of Influence Foundation, and your host today for the program of the Africa Day commemoration and the Influence Africa Youth Forum. Thank you. You're all welcome.
Perfect. People should give me excitement now. I'm an alumni, so give me some excitement. So I'm going to introduce her. Aisatu is also an alumni of Coaches of Influence Foundation. She has served in different capacity. She's a young lawyer. Allow me to call her my learned junior. But she's a young lawyer and aspiring someone to be great. She is talented. She's energetic. She is, she's a product of COF, and COF, right? If you're from COF, definitely you're great. So this is Aisha, my co-host, and we would be hosting you, and we need energy. We need you to be giving us some thumbs up on the comment section. Give us some excitement, whether we're doing good or bad. Give us some thumbs up so that we will dive right in. Okay? So now Aisha would take it from there.
All right. Thank you, Miss Goddard Johnson. I hope you're all excited to be here. Please send, please share your names and where you are joining us today to commemorate the Africa Day and the celebration of the Africa Youth Influence Africa Youth Forum in the chat box, please. So we will now do the opening prayers by our own alumni member of Coaches of Influence Foundation, Simon Kangakan. Please get ready, Simon. Please get ready to give us the opening prayers to begin the program for the day. Thank you. Wherever you are joining us from, we are delighted to have you here. And of course, to get nurtured and get the insightful information that we will get from our speakers today as we are celebrating the Africa Day. We should be proud of ourselves, the growth, and what is yet to come. And I'm pretty sure that our speakers here today will leave us with so much of insightful knowledge that we will be glad to and be always ready and eager to commemorate this day. Thank you. So Simon Kangakan, you can get ready to give us the opening prayer.
Thank you very much. Shall we pray? Father, we thank you for such a wonderful moment. We thank you for this opportunity that you have given us to celebrate Africa, to celebrate our origin, our culture, and wheresoever we have come from. We thank you that we are alive and able to actually celebrate this wonderful event. We thank you for all the strength, all the knowledge, and all the grace you have given to our organizers to be able to put this event and make it successful. We thank you for our speakers that are going to be speaking on building resilient education systems in Africa, which will be able to catapult us into different levels as we strive to become the Africa that we want. We appreciate you, Father, for all our participants that are joining from different countries across Africa. We thank you for giving them the opportunity and for giving us this platform to actually touch many and many and many lives. We appreciate you once again, and we acknowledge that we cannot make Africa proud. We cannot build resilient education systems in Africa without you. We thank you for the process that you have taken us through to being here today. We appreciate you, and we believe that with you, we are going to have a wonderful celebration of Africa. Thank you once again.
Amen.
Simon, we are proud of you.
Amen. 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 Simon,
So
thank you for
now
that prayer.
we are going to give
We pray
the
that God
Africa
will
Day
help us
celebration.
as young people and as
Amen.
Africa as a continent at
Amen.
large. So moving forward, we're moving as well as the co-host remarks. So we're about to give you our remarks. We're about to give you an overview of what Africa Day is all about. Get your notebooks. We have done a lot of researches. Get your notebooks, get your pen, drop some questions, drop some insightful messages. Let us discuss. So I'll give you a short overview of Africa Day, and then my co-host as well will come up with and the other aspect of the overview of Africa Day. Okay, so today we all know it's Africa Day. All right, so today is a very commendable day for the African continent. And today, I want us to take time to appreciate our leaders, appreciate those who have fought and believed in Africa. These leaders saw Africa as their home. They saw Africa as their future. And so I always like this slogan that says, Africa, my home. Africa, my future. So if Africa is our home and as our future, then we're not taking Africa to where we want Africa to go. So Africa is a country that is filled with so much resources. We are filled with so much gifts, so much richness of culture. We're filled with so much knowledge. And so, unless we see Africa as our home and unless we see Africa as our future, we can never take Africa to the level we want Africa to go. So, as Africa and as Africans, we are filled with so much resources. We're filled with so much energy. We're filled with so much diversity of language, ethnicity, richness in culture, and creativity at its best. If we say Africa, we know we're so creative. So, this is Africa today, and that is why we're celebrating Africa. So, the first time Africa Day was celebrated it was in Ghana, and that was in 1958. There were only eight African states that decided to be involved in this celebration. Now, Ghana's president, then president, that was Kwame Nkrumah, was the first president in Ghana, and he decided to hold these eight African states in celebration of, oh, Miss Charm, I like it. Africa, my home, Africa, my future. I like the energy in the room. So back to what I was saying. Ghana's first president after independence in 1957. So Ghana got independence 1957, and then Kwame Nkrumah convened the first Congress of independent African state. The conference was meant to create a collective platform on which newly formed states build a post-colonial legacy. When other Africans saw this liberty and this freedom, in 1963, we had 32 states that also decided to join these African states that were independent. So the countries that were independent and they met, this 32 state also decided to meet this time in Ethiopia, the capital city of Ethiopia in Addis Ababa. And they formed an organization that was called the African Unity Organization, that is known as the OAU, to decolonize the remaining bastions of white rule. Now, these 32 states decided to be meeting every 25th of May. Every 25th of May, they decided to be meeting. And that is why we're here today celebrating Africa Day. It was there that the OAU Charter, that is the Organization of African Unity Charter, was also launched as well. Now, over a few years, the OAU, that is the Organization of African Unity, supported liberation movements like the African National Congress. Now, this is usually called the ANC, African National Congress. This was in 1960. South Africa. It was a South African political party of black nationalist organization that was founded in 1912 as South African Native National Congress. So now this successfully they fought to dismantle countries' racial discrimination policy and apartheid, and has been the ruling party in South Africa. So one country, if you're in South Africa, trust me, South Africa has fought. South Africa has fought for the freedom of Africa. So today I'm representing South Africa, I'm representing Ghana, I'm representing Liberia. For all the countries, I'm representing you today. So as a result of their movement, there in particular, they pressured international community know what this apartheid government is. These are government or systems of racial segregation and discrimination. So they discriminated between non-white as Africans per se, and then you have the white people. So it was the white minority and the non-white majority. So this apartheid, they came up with apartheid policy, and this apartheid policy was to eradicate or to create a separation between a non-white and a white in South Africa. So in 2001, the OAU, that is the Organization of African Unity, was dissolved and was replaced by now what we have as Organization of African Unity, and now it was now replaced with African Union. So the purpose, now we have in the African Union, we have 55 states. Can you imagine? From 5 countries, we moved to 32, and now 55 African states have decided to be free from white colonization. They have been free, they've been independent, doing their governance on their own. So now, just so that you know what the African Union is all about. So the African Union, it's basically the union that promotes unity, solidarity of African states to coordinate and intensify their cooperation and efforts to achieve a better life for the peoples of Africa, to defend their sovereignty, their territorial integrity and independence, and to eradicate all forms of colonialism in Africa. So today we want to appreciate the 5 countries that first gained their independence, and that is South Africa, Ghana, Liberia, Libya. We appreciate those countries that believed in Africa and fought for Africa. So my co-host, Miss Isatu, will take you on the other side. This is just a background of how today we're celebrating a day like Africa Day. So Miss Isatu will take you down that lane as well.
Thank you, Miss Goddard Johnson. That was very exciting. I have already started to learn and I am so enthusiastic. So, my co-host has mentioned that there were 5 countries that gained their independence, and from 5 it extended all the way to 55 countries now. And every May 25th, they commemorate as a union to actually celebrate the day. As a union, that is to make sure that Africa is taken to more higher heights. So I'll give you the overview of the Influence Africa Youth Forum. The Influence Africa Youth Forum is one of the programs that is actually launched by our own Coaches of Influence Foundation, COIF, to actually serve as a catalyst for the change through dialogue. So this is a positive influence that COIF has actually seen to educate. And as we know that the theme for this year is actually education. That is education for the youth and everyone. So through this Africa Youth Forum, Coaches of Influence Foundation actually intends to yield the importance such as to create awareness. So now when we talk about creating awareness, we will see that today Coaches of Influence Foundation has actually organized this event, that is the Africa Day. So through our presenters, through our speakers that will be here today to give us insightful presentations, you will see actually aligning into the creating of awareness of what COIF is actually doing. We will actually be able to learn. We will be able to know what Africa Day is like. It will make us to not just be proud to be Africans, but the fact that our speakers, they have a nugget of so much knowledge about Africa, being Africans with the experience and everything, they will be able to share. They will be able to tell us what it is to be an African, where they started, and how far they have gone. So that is why one of the first important outcomes of the Africa Influence Africa Youth Forum, launched by COIF, is to create awareness. As the belief is that through this event, COIF actually aim to create awareness about some of the most pressing issues surrounding our world, especially Africa in particular. So also another outcome for why there is Influence Africa Youth Forum today is that the second edition is that to engage youth in a dialogue, because CORF actually believes that we equally aim to engage our youths, that is you and I and all of you out there today, to awaken the burden, the desire, the burning desire within us, because we can do it, but we need that guidance. So that is why COIM is actually here and then launch this Influence Africa Youth Forum. As you can see today, I know I am seeing the chat box. I can see so many of our mentees. That is why wherever you are joining, to remind you again, we are celebrating the Africa Day and the second edition of the Influence Africa Youth Forum. So please share which African country or wherever, which continent, be it Africa or Europe, please share where you are joining us from. And you will see the fact that the outcome is to engage youth in a dialogue. Like the speakers, in aligning it to them, you will see the speakers here today are here to speak to us, to make sure that the burning fire that is inside us, to help us know how to actually apply everything and actually to be able to help ourselves to make Africa what we actually want it to be. Because I know we can actually do it. Miss Goddard Johnson has said it started as 5 countries that first gained their independence, and it went all the way to 55 countries. So you can see the gap of 5 to 55, and I believe we can also do it. So another outcome that has yielded Influence Africa Youth Forum today is that COIF believe that it can strengthen and inspire the youth. How is COIF actually doing this? Is to ensure that youth are inspired and challenged to get out of their comfort zones and start thinking to be better Africans through the application of digital skills. And you can see today we are here. This could have been, and maybe let's say it could have just been a program hosted for Gambians, but it is worldwide because we say it is an African Day. It goes beyond the Gambia. It goes beyond Ghana. It goes beyond Sierra Leone. It goes beyond South Africa because it is International African Liberation Day. We are celebrating ourselves as Africans. We are proud to be Africans, and we know that we have all the resources. But as we know, we need the guidance, we need the leeway to be able to know that we can do it and we can make our countries better. Just like Rwanda, just like Kenya, all other African countries are doing better, and we know we can even do best. So I will give my co-host Caroline Goddard Johnson to give you the other insightful outcomes what yield the Influence Africa Youth Forum to be launched by Coaches of Influence Foundation. So Mrs. Goddard Johnson, you can have the floor.
Thank
Thank you.
you. Thank you, Isatu. Thank you. So you know one of COIF's core value is empowerment. Hmm. We're always empowered in different capacity. And today we're empowered as mentees, as a former mentee of Coaches of Influence Foundation. I'm here to host you. Imagine you're a former mentee of COIF hosting a mentor. So this is called CIF's core value. And one of its core value, which is empowerment, is it actively challenges you and I to always think this is Africa. If we don't make Africa what we want Africa to be, Africa will never be what we want it to be. So CIF creates a platform. They equip you and I, so that we can unlearn certain things, so that we can learn new things, and then they unleash us to the country. They unleash us to the nation, and it is for you and I to change Africa. It is for you and I to see Africa as our home. Most of us as young people, we already have visions. We already have seen ourselves in other countries, European countries, but we don't see ourselves. Ourselves as people who can change Africa. Some of us, we already have the mentality that Africa is not going to go anywhere. But CIF is empowering us to change our mentality, to change our mindset, the way we see Africa, and trust me, make Africa the country we want. The second, also the other, what's it called again? The other core value of CIF in this Influence Africa Youth Forum is networking. Ha. Most of us we are here in Africa, but CIF has created Honorable Aissatou Biseka. Think of yourself being with someone like a professor. CIF creates networking where we can share, we can connect with each other, especially as young people, especially as with people that are sitting on high places, that we can bring our decision making, we can bring our ideas, we can bring our solutions, and CIF gives you that platform to network. And with this network, I believe as young people today, when our speakers speak and what you have learned so far, we can take Africa to where Africa needs to go. Our leaders have done so. And I believe as young people, we can network and we can take Africa to wherever Africa has to go. We have seen other countries developing. We're challenging Gambia as well. Gambia, whoever is from Gambia, we're challenging us as young people to take Gambia to the level we want Gambia to go. People, countries like Rwanda that have gained their independence are doing so much well. So Gambia, we're charged today. When we hear the speakers speak, when we hear um, our honorable keynote speakers speak, let's be stirred up. Let's be stirred up to see Africa to the level that we want Africa to get to. So we will now move to sorry. Yes. So now that we have the overview, we're now going to go into the overview of COIFL. Co-host Isatu would take you through the overview of COIF, what COIF is all about. We want to just tell you about COIF. Don't be just hearing COIF, Coaches of Influence Foundation. We want to tell you what we are all about. We just want to give you, just a little bit, so that later you will keep want to tell you a little bit of what COIF is all about, what COIF is doing, how they're helping the young people, how they're creating opportunities for them, how they're equipping these young people. So Miss Isatu will take you down the overview of COIF.
Thank you, Miss Goddard Johnson. So I've always seen that our speaker sent something and said, "Your network is your net worth." How many of you are having your pens down? You need to write those captions because they are words that are very motivating. So, COF's overview, that is Coaches of Influence Foundation, is an organization that focuses on developing the core principles of human value. That is living a fulfilled life through a positive influence, empowerment, coaching, mentoring, training, and personal development, which I, as an alumni of the organization, I can really attest to that because I am a very proud asset of it. And the personal development here today, being a host, is because I was perfectly guided by Coaches of Influence Foundation. I am always grateful to the organization. So the positive influence that the organization seeks to do is that the foundation is of who we are, and actually it actually conveys, dispense, and reinforce its every interaction. Coaches of Influence Foundation, they do school mentees program, youth mentorship programs. They also do women empowerment and also even civic education for their mentees. So you can see the organization, I call them life guiding angels, I'll say, because you may have so many goals, you may have so many things to do, but without the proper guidance, without the proper leeway, there is no way you can head to. And one of it is that celebrating this Africa Day here today is one of it, because you may never know how one's life may change. You may never know the burning fire, I will say again, that is within the person, but how to actually let this out to make sure you contribute immensely to the growth of Africa is something that we actually need, because if other countries can do it, we can do it better, because most at times this is the place that they take the resources, go back and develop their countries. So if they are able to do that, we as youths, we can do it better. We can take our own resources and make our country better and develop Africa to be the Africa we want. I hope you all have your books, because we will be doing a very good presentation by the speakers today. So CIF overview is also branded by the organization, as the organization actually seeks to exist the influence identity, like I said, and the vision of the organization COIF is to influence, and is influenced by the innate desire to positively impact a valuable population to humanity, and also the youth and women. Also, the Coaches of Influence Foundation (COIF), the organization desire to empower youth and women to be able to help them identify their skills, their potentials, their gifts and talents that are being given by God, and also they cannot unleash it. But through COIF, they are able to have a proper guide, a proper coach, and mentor to be able to unleash these God given talents that they have within them, and the resources through a journey of a self-discovery. I can again attest to this as an alumni. Through the self-discovery of Coaches of Influence Foundation, I was able to have my career achieved. And today, I am able to confidently be a host of Coaches of Influence Foundation, because the organization is a place where if you are lost and you need a self-guide, you need to join, you need to be there to be mentored, to be able to be who you are, unleash your talents through the help of the organization. This is actually what COIF seeks to do. And the organization, in helping the self-discovery, it leads you to the limitless world of fulfilling your customs and designs in purpose as in life. Please, if this is your first time joining our event today, as we are commemorating the Africa Day and the Influence Africa Youth Forum second edition, please visit our website, take your pens and papers, and visit our website, coifoundation.org and mycons.org. I will repeat it again, coifoundation.org and mycons.org. Thank you very much. So on to the next in the agenda. We will now please try to get ready and for the AU's anthem. So before that, the AU's anthem, I will repeat again. You can visit our website coifoundation.org and mycons.org. Yeah. Thank you very much for watching, and please show some excitement if you are ready to join and hear the speakers. So then on to the next is that the AU anthem. So please get ready, get seated, fasten your belt.
Let us all unite and celebrate together the victories won for our liberation. Let us dedicate ourselves to rise together to defend our liberty and unity. All sons and daughters of Africa, flesh of the sun and flesh of the sky, let us make Africa a tree of life. Let us all unite and sing together to uphold the bonds that frame our destiny. Let us dedicate ourselves to fight together for lasting peace and justice honor. All sons and daughters of Africa, flesh of the sun and flesh of the sky, let us make Africa the tree of life. Let us all unite and join together to give the best we have to Africa, the cradle of mankind and font of culture, our pride and hope at break of dawn. All sons and daughters of Africa, flesh of the sun and flesh of the sky, let us make Africa the tree of life.
All right. That was amazing. As you can see, it says, teamwork makes a dream work. And you can hear in the anthem, it says, let us dedicate our life to rise together. It says, let us make ourselves to rise together. That shows that we can do it together as Africans. Wherever we are, we can collaborate to make Africa better and best. Caroline, you can take on.
So, I like this anthem. So let me sing for you. Let us all unite and celebrate together. So please, please. So for me, this anthem is all about unity. We have to be united. United we stand, divided we fall. And if all 72 Africans can't be united to make Africa a great continent, then we as young people, we can be united and take Africa further and further. So that was a great anthem. I love this anthem. It reminds us of our roots. It reminds us of what Africa is all about, the love, the connection, the networking, the empowerment, the togetherness. You know, Africa is beautiful. Let me don't get too excited. So moving forward, we will now have a video presentation, and the video presentation is Africans legends, strong legends of Africa. So let's take our time, get some jottings. I need some jottings. I need to know what you're learning from the video. What are you learning from the audios? Give me some quotation. Give me some quotes. Give me something that you have learned from the anthem. A word that we can just, let's just speak about it. Let's just dialogue about it. Yeah. So we will have the video presentation now. and then we will take it from there. Is the video presentation ready? Africans Legends. Is the video presentation ready? Africa's Legends.
Are you all excited? We are about to have the opening remarks by Mr. Simon Kangakan. Simon, get ready wherever you are. Simon is also an alumni of Coaches of Influence Foundation and an administrative assistant of the Coaches United Nations simulation. Simon Kangakan, are you ready?
Thank you.
Please make
Thank you
some
very
noise
much.
in the chat box. If you are excited, the man is loaded. You will be excited.
Definitely. Thank you very much. Greetings, everyone. Today we are gathered for the celebration of Africa Day 2024 with our second episode of the Influence Africa Youth Forum with the theme Building Resilient Education Systems in Africa. It is my utmost pleasure and privilege to welcome you all, especially to our speakers and notable keynote speaker, Professor Abdul Karim Jallo. This year's focus of the Africa Union being education bears a close resemblance to the words of Nelson Mandela. And I quote, "Education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world." And this quote is synonymous with the famous proverb, "Give a man a fish, you feed him for a day. Teach a man to fish, and you feed him for a lifetime." Chido Munyati, head of Africa at World Economic Forum, wrote that Africa's youth will drive global growth. And Africa being very youthful, with over 60% of its population under 25, he further noted that by 2035, there will be more young Africans entering the workforce each year than in the rest of the world combined. As a result, building resilient education systems in Africa is a timely theme fitted for discussion in such a celebration. I therefore implore you all to kindly fasten your seatbelts as we fly to the different education worlds our speakers will take us to. I warmly welcome you all once again on behalf of Coaches of Influence Foundation, and thank you for participating in this relevant celebration and event. Thank you.
All right. Are you all excited? Please make some noise. Please make some noise. So appreciation to Mr. Kangakan. Send your thumbs up, your emojis. I told you the man was so loaded. And you can see he said, quote and unquote, Nelson Mandela said, education is the most important weapon to change the world. And I agree to what he is saying. Without education, there is no way. Skill is important, of course. I am not saying, but we need education. We need it in every aspect of our lives. And our Mr. Kangakan said here also in 2035, based on research, it is said that most African youth will be in more workforce than the rest of the world. Are you excited to see that? Are you happy that Africa can do it? Please give me some thumbs up, some emojis, and let's appreciate Simon Kangakan. Thank you very much for that opening remarks. It was insightful. COIF is proud of you. We are so happy. Thank you. So on to the next is going to be our keynote speaker, Professor Abdul Karim Jalus. So we are going to have our Professor Abdul Karim Jalus keynote speaker's introduction. So getting your seatbelts fastened. There we go.
I introduce to you Professor Abdul Karim Jallow. Professor Abdul Karim Jallow is the Director General of Gambia Information and Communication Technology Agency, responsible to lead the implementation of the agency's policies, strategies, plans, and financial performance. Prior to being appointed as the Director General of the agency, Professor Jallow was a professor of information systems at Slippery Rock University in Pennsylvania, USA, where he was also the chairperson of the Information Systems and Technology Management Department. Professor Jallow's research and teaching combines interdisciplinary elements of computer science, information, technology, and management systems, engineering and project management. He has taught systems analysis and design, database management systems, security, business information systems strategy, systems integration, web development, and data analytics, among others. Let's make a welcome Professor Abdul Karim Jallow.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can.
Can I get started?
Yes, Professor.
Okay, thank you very much to COIF, Dr. Margaret Ellis, and the team for this great event. I think COIF has been organizing a lot of events across different themes, but I think this particular theme is one of the best, if not the best. Why? Because Africa, Africa Day is a very important day to everybody who lives in the African continent. Either you are a citizen of the African continent or you are a resident in the African continent. And it is also a very important day to so many of our friends across the world who have supported Africa in its liberation endeavors. So we salute COIF for this great initiative, and we hope that we will learn a lot during this event. And we also salute all those people the founding fathers of the African Liberation Day. You mentioned the likes of Kwame Nkrumah, and I can add people like Steve Biko, Aminga Cabral, and the like. So today I am delighted and honored to be chosen to present the keynote speech. Um, to be honest, I am very humble because there are so many other millions of people that the COIF could have chosen. But giving me the button really means a lot to me. And for that, I am honored and I am humble. I only hope that I will provide justice. Now, the theme for this particular day is building a resilient education system in Africa. And I am asked to touch on the role of science, technology, and innovation in creating and increased access to inclusive, lifelong, quality, and relevant learning in Africa. I am not surprised by this particular topic because if you know Dr. Margaret Ellis, you will know the passion that she has for science, technology, and engineering, and how it can be used to empower and power the growth and development of Africa. So it is an honor again that I am asked to talk about this topic. So I will just give you a brief introduction. And as I said, I am really honored to meet all my esteemed colleagues here today and the guests and participants. Either you are a CIF family member through the mentorship or through friendship, or you are thinking about being a CIF family member. In as much as you are at this event today, I say good morning to you. The topic that we are going to explore is a very important topic because a resilient education system can withstand a lot of disruptions, right? And it can also adapt to a lot of disruptions because that's what the key word means, resilient. And an educational system that is resilient will ensure quality education for all and continuous education, which touches on the lifelong learning. So our focus, or my focus, will be on how information and communication technology as a science and as a technology and as an innovation, how it can be harnessed to achieve the resilience that we are all yearning for, and how it can be used to enhance access to inclusive, lifelong, quality, and relevant learning. In fact, that keyword relevant is something that is very important because if you get education that is not relevant, you will not be able to make any use of that education. So I want to start with by asking the question, what is a resilient education system? After a rigorous research in this area, I have come to understand, and I would like to share this with you, that a resilient education system is one that can adapt to changes and disruptions while at the same time maintaining its core function of providing quality education. So, two things. One is how your education system can withstand changes or any kind of disruption. So basically, how can you make your education system flexible, dynamic, and adaptable? And at the same time, providing quality education despite the fact of the changes that are occurring. Now, the adaptability is essential in the face of so many challenges because we all know there can be so many factors that can influence the changes to your education system. Number one are economic issues, right? Depending on the economy, the type of education, and the quality of education could be impacted. It could also be as a result of pandemic that we have come to learn with the with COVID-19 or political instability. These are factors that can influence your education system and impact its quality. So as a result, we need in the 21st century, we need to think about how can we set up education systems, which of course include the tools that we use, which also includes the curriculum that we design, and also the people involved. And the people include both the students and the teachers and the administrators in the process. Now, a resilient system should be able to factor all these different components of the education system. So, a resilient system should ensure that these three components are factored, and at the same time, learning continues regardless of whatever circumstances through innovative and flexible approaches. Now, that was to set the stage for us to understand what resilient education system is. Now, I just want to touch on the sustainable development goals, just to remind us how we should incorporate sustainable development goals in our education systems. Okay, and I know that the COIF also has got a model UN system, and I'm sure most of you who are mentees of the COIF are familiar with some of these goals. But I just want to touch on the Sustainable Development Goal number 4 and its relevance. Now, just to remind you, the Sustainable Development Goal number 4 focuses on comprehensive or ensuring comprehensive education, access to comprehensive education and quality. And this will include number 1, providing free primary and secondary education. 2, providing equal access to quality pre-primary education. Providing affordable technical, vocational, and higher education. And this is a very important area, which is TVET. An increased number of people with relevant skills, again, touching on the theme that is relevant skills, and elimination of all form of discrimination in education. I remember as a young man, sometime around 1997, the Ministry of Education here in the Gambia organized a workshop that was held at St. Teresa's Primary School. And the theme of that workshop at that time in 1997 was on the elimination of gender imbalances across the primary school curriculum. And then looking at the Sustainable Development Goals and the factors that will help provide access to comprehensive education and quality is the elimination of all form of discrimination in education. And that includes creating curriculum that will cater for both men and women adequately and equally. And also to provide universal literacy and numeracy. And when we talk about universal literacy and numeracy, we don't only talk about formal literacy, but even non-formal literacy, right? And also education for sustainable development and global citizenship. Sustainable development meaning how can we get that quality and comprehensive education, develop the systems, maintain them continuously, but also try to think about our environment, right? Try to think about our environment and how we can also put on the heart of global mindset, because when we put on the mind of global mindset, then we become global citizens. And it is important that in the 21st century, we think about how we are a global citizen rather than just being a citizen of our individual countries. Now, to achieve all these targets of the Sustainable Development Goals, it is essential to build, listen to this, to build and upgrade inclusive and safe schools. Very important. Inclusive. And I'll touch on the inclusive aspect later on and how ICT can help in that. But the first thing that we need is to ensure inclusiveness and safe schools, and expand higher education scholarship, which touches on the Sustainable Development Goal of free primary and secondary education, and increase the supply of qualified teachers. We need to have teachers that are qualified, and not only qualified, but are versatile. Now, major progress, according to the United Nations, major progress has been made globally, particularly in the primary education, but there is still the challenge when people move from the primary sector into the tertiary sector, into the secondary universities and the training and vocational areas. So there is still a lot of challenges. And if you look at it, this is the area where you will now develop and harness some of the schools that can help you to be to have meaningful, relevant education that can help you throughout your life and throughout generations, because that knowledge that you acquire can then be transferred from generations to generations, right? Now, the focus area for building a resilient education system, after looking at so many different education systems around the world, including the United States, UK, Australia, I have put down 4 main areas that I believe would be important focus area for building a resilient education system. Number one is identifying education priority goals, right? This we can do by regular monitoring and reporting progress of our education assessment, and to ensure that we are aligning those progresses with our national and international education standards. Very important, okay? In order to identify our priority goals. Now, this is a big problem because sometimes we just go on and develop our curriculums without really trying to understand what are the priority goals, what are the priority focus areas of our national development agenda. So it is always important what I call to do a skills audit of our nations in order to understand what are our political priorities, okay? What are our socio-economic and environmental development goals? Understand those and then try to craft and develop your curriculum and your national education systems to focus on skills and knowledge that will help your country or our countries to be able to train people, provide them with the skills and knowledge to be able to tackle those development areas. And number two area that we need to focus on is teacher evaluation and support system. We need to be able to implement systems to evaluate our teacher performance, but not only to punish them if they are not doing well, but to identify areas for improvement and then provide a continuous professional development, right? CPD, so that our teachers are not only trained as qualified teachers and we leave them like that, but we continuously support them for a lifelong learning. By doing that, we need to be able to do comprehensive teacher evaluation, performance evaluation, in order to understand the support systems that we can put together so that they can have that continuous professional development, lifelong learning, so that they can impact our youth population meaningfully. The third area that we need to focus on in terms of building a resilient education system is to provide program and course evaluation. This is something very important, and in most occasions, this is lacking across Africa. What we need to do is to regularly assess and update our programs, right? And our courses to ensure they meet the current education needs and standards. Now, in my introduction, you talked about my role as department chair at Slippery Rock University of Pennsylvania. And in there, we have course assessment and student evaluations that we conduct at the end of every semester and every year in order to understand how to revise our curriculum, our programs, and our courses to make them more relevant. And when you do this, you also need to have input from industry for the various disciplines, for the various courses, so that the industry experts will be able to help advise in terms of the relevancy of your programs and your courses. And this is something that lacks in the Gambia, for example. And I am pretty sure things that happen in the Gambia are also prevalent in other areas in Africa. The fourth area is to build robust student support services. Now, this is a very important aspect. This touches on both the students and the teachers, right? The support services, like the healthcare services, right? Including counseling, including academic advising, including career services to address the needs of the students, but also the needs, the well-being of the student, of the teachers. This is a very important thing. Now, I remember a few years ago in the Gambia, there used to be school counseling units. One area that we are lacking is in the area of academic advising and career services. So many students will study a program or a course and complete, and then they tell you, this is not what I wanted. Now, what that has done is that that particular student has been deprived or had not been supported during the teaching and learning process to understand where he or she can perform better. And that is why it is important to develop career services in our schools and also academic advising so that students understand what kind of courses they take and what they aspire to be tomorrow. Don't get me wrong, sometimes you may study a particular discipline and you graduate and you end up doing something different and you can do it well. But it is always important that at the school level, at the educational training level, we advise students and we provide them with career services, but also not to neglect the health aspects, which are very important, because mental health in particular is something that interrupts people's students' academic career. So these four areas are areas that I think are important focus area to help us build a resilient education system. Now, I want to move further and touch on the current state of education systems in the Gambia, in Africa, and also look at how that relates to Gambia. Now, we say we are liberated in Africa. Today is Africa Liberation Day, but we always need to ask ourselves, are we able to achieve the objectives of our liberation, which is to rule ourselves and determine how we live our lives and how we govern ourselves? And one thing that can help us in that is education. Now, many education systems in Africa since after liberation are not resilient due to several factors. Number one, inadequate infrastructure. If you go across Africa, many schools lack basic facilities and resources, including ICT infrastructure, such as access to broadband internet. Now, broadband internet is just one aspect because I need to focus on the ICTs, but also so many other basic facilities, such as good classrooms, such as good furniture, access to books, textbooks, access to online resources as a result of lack of access to broadband internet. The second is limited access to technology. So many schools across Africa, and in particular in the Gambia, ICT infrastructure is not sufficient, and in some cases, non-existent. You go to so many schools in Africa, in Gambia, there are not computers in their schools. Now, some of you or some of us may be lucky that you are within the greater Banjul area and you go to some private schools and you find a computer lab. But the question that we need to ask is, when we talk about Africa or we talk about Gambia, we don't only mean greater Banjul area, right? We mean, for example, the people that live in Fonyi, people that live in Kiang, people that live in Jara, people that live in Nyamina, people that live in Fuladu. You go further to the Jimaras, right? To the Woolies, to Sandu. You come to the North Bank, people who live in Nyomi, in Jokadu, in the Badibus, in the Nyanis, the Nyanijas, and in the Salums. This is the entire country, and we do not need to provide facilities only for the people that live in the greater Banjul area, live in a greater part of the country. Now, if you take the statistics, you realize that only a few schools in the greater Banjul area have access or provide technology to their schools, and not even everybody in the schools. And now this is a very important area, especially in the 21st century when we are talking about ICT in education. Without ICT, without technology in our education systems in this century, our education systems will not be resilient. And the other area to focus on is teacher training in order to bridge the gap of shortages in teachers and training. So many schools are lacking adequate teachers, and so many schools lack qualified teachers. Now, if you do not have adequate number of teachers that you need, and also adequate training of those teachers, it is not possible for you for you to develop a resilient education system. Now, the last is economic issues, right? And also in some other parts of Africa, political instability causes disruptions to education continuity and also access to education. Because if the economy is bad, it becomes difficult for students, for parents to be able to provide the materials that are needed. But I even ask, in the 21st century, with Africa and its enormous natural resources, why is it that students and parents have to provide materials for themselves? We should be able to do it by ourselves. Now, moving on, I want to touch on science, technology, and innovation, and how it can support inclusive and lifelong learning, right? Science, technology, and innovation, STIs, play a pivotal role in creating and increasing access to education. And these elements can be addressed in the following. Number one, how can we enhance access through technology? Number one, we need to be able to provide digital learning platforms. Very, very, very important. We need to ensure that the proliferation of digital learning platforms, such as online course materials or educational applications, enable learners across Africa to access quality education, irrespective of where they are located. Because these educational platforms, online platforms, can be able to help provide flexibility and scalability, making education more accessible, more inclusive. Without these educational platforms in the 21st century, it will be very difficult to provide inclusive access to education. Number two is to think about internet and mobile technology. We need to provide internet broadband across the African continent, because without the broadband, then definitely access will not be possible. And of course, we need to make sure that we help in increasing the penetration of mobile phones and in that internet connectivity, so that at least we are able to provide mobile learning. The other area is open education resources. Now, it's very difficult to provide access to online resources adequately. So that is why it is important in our continent we think about how we can collaborate as Africa And these things should be led and powered by the African Union, by ECOWAS, by SADC, and the like, to make sure our governments, our regional institutions provide open access to educational resources, right? Recently, there is what we call NREN, NREN, which is national research and education networks across Africa that have started providing network connectivity to African universities, so that if you are a student at the University of the Gambia and you go to Ghana, you go to study, or maybe you go for a trip to Ghana and you want to do some studies, and you go to Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology in Ghana, when you go there, you go to their library, you can be able to access their computers with your username and your password that the University of Gambia has given you. This is the aim of what we call the National Research and Education Network in Africa. And here in Gambia, we inaugurated what we call the GAMREN, the Gambia National Research and Education Network, so that when we develop that platform, universities and colleges here in the Gambia can provide access to resources across Africa. And when their students also travel to any part of Africa and go to any university, they can be able to utilize those online resources. And I think this is something that is really very important to help us in our drive for open access internet connectivity. The other area is promoting inclusive learning. Inclusive learning, sometimes we are so biased that we forget about people with learning difficulties or people with disability, and we need to provide that inclusiveness. And that is why in our education systems we need to ensure that we provide what we call assistive learning technologies, which will be able to help those people with learning difficulties or disabilities, like screen readers, like speech-to-text tools, or adaptive learning software to support learners with disability. And sometimes we really neglect that portion of the learning community. We also need to understand language and localization. Now, we are talking about African Liberation Day because we wanted to govern ourselves, we wanted to rule ourselves, we wanted to determine how we live our lives, right? But unfortunately, we have got languages imposed on us: the French language, the English language, right? The Portuguese, the Spanish across Africa, and the Arabic. Forgetting about the Wolof, the Jola, the Pular, and all other African languages, the Yorubas, the Igbos, the Hausas, and the like. How can we make sure that we empower learning in our communities by making sure that the technology is able to support our national languages? And this is a very important aspect. We need to ensure that our education systems are diverse, able to meet the diverse linguistic groups across Africa, so as to provide that inclusivity. And the other part in terms of providing inclusive learning is to do data analytics for personalized learning, where we are able to analyze and understand the learning needs of individual people. Sometimes the way I learn is different from the way Dr. Margaret Ellis learns, is different from the way Bernadette learns. So sometimes we should be able to understand the learning difficulties and the learning needs of the various people. And by using technology, artificial intelligence, we'll be able to do some data mining and analyze and understand what are the needs of the individual students in our classes, so that we can be able to provide that personalized learning in order to help support all the different people that are in our classrooms. Another area in terms of providing quality education is the teacher training and professional development. I touched on this a little bit, but it's very important that we provide teacher training not only through the traditional brick and mortar environment, but we can use online platforms, using augmented reality, using virtual reality and some simulations, right? There are so many tools outside there that can help you with augmented reality, with virtual learning, where we can help our teachers to get extra classroom, extra teaching pedagogy, teaching methodologies, right? In order to be able to educate and equip them to provide better learning, provide them with some latest pedagogical strategies and subject knowledge matters, right? The other area is the interactive and engaging learning experience. As I touch on virtual learning and augmented reality, we need to set up our educational systems to utilize technology like what we call gamification. You can develop a learning environment, a learning platform that is going to be like a game, but at the same time, people are learning. For example, in engineering, when I was doing my PhD, my postdoctoral scholar at Penn State University, we were able to develop what we call project management gamification, whereby you develop a computer system that is going to help project managers, engineering project managers, to simulate in a gaming environment how you can manage a project, including project constraints, without even being on the project side. It's a kind of a simulation, but in a game form to help people to learn before they even go to the actual environment to implement or to provide the services that are they are supposed to provide. And the other area to think about is assessment and feedback system. We need to make sure we provide assessment and give feedback to understand where we need to improve, help in monitoring student performance, student progress, and at the same time providing continuous assessment to help maintain high standards, standards in our curriculum, standard in our assessment, and standards in our teachers and the skills that they have. Now, the other area I want to touch on is how can we foster lifelong and relevant learning? Now, this is a very important one to me. And the key word here that we need to think about is relevant. If education is not relevant, it is meaningless because you wouldn't be able to be impactful with that. Because at the end of the day, you want to be able to get knowledge and skills which will eventually give you wisdom on whatever you are doing. So how do we provide that lifelong and relevant learning? Our educational systems to be resilient should, one, provide continuous skills development. We need to be able to provide that continuous upgrade, how people can continuously upgrade their skills, continuous lifelong learning, because it is essential for adapting to any change that is happening in our industries, in our lives, in technology advancement. So we need to provide that. And one way we can do that is to provide online courses that can be rapidly updated and changed to meet with technology changes and societal changes that are happening. We need to make sure we think about STEM education: science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, education, and innovation. We need to emphasize in these areas and prepare learners for the future workplace. Today, we are talking about the fourth industrial revolution. Already there are people who have started talking about the fifth industrial revolution. Even myself, as a technology expert, sometimes I am even confused about the rapid development of educational systems or technology that is happening. We talk about fourth industrial revolution. Now people have started talking about the fifth industrial revolution. So we need to think about how can we help our students to develop skills in sciences, in the technologies, in the engineering, and in the mathematics to help providing addressing our local and global challenges, right? And the last part is collaboration and knowledge sharing. This is very important. We don't need to hold the knowledge. We need to ensure that we are sharing the knowledge that we have. If you are developing your education systems, your curriculums, your training, your teaching and learning processes, we need to embed collaboration and knowledge sharing. If we are not able to share the knowledge, you get the knowledge, you die and live and go with the knowledge. So we should be able to put in systems that will help support educational collaboration and exchange of that knowledge, so that we are able to share the knowledge, exchange the knowledge between generations, from generations to generations. Now, key areas that we need to focus on in the area of science, technology, and innovation. Number one is focusing on the challenges of education in Africa. One is digital infrastructure. We need to make sure, and this is a very important area for me as the Director General of the Gambia ICT Agency, we need to ensure that we build robust digital infrastructure, including improving our internet backbone, right? And also provide access to devices to our learning communities, right? These are fundamental in making sure that we implement ICT in education. The other area in science, technology, and innovation is to make sure teacher training and support. We need to equip our teachers with the skills and integrate ICT in their teaching practices and their teacher training environment. And I touched a little bit on curriculum development. We need to make sure our curriculum is dynamic, update the curricula to include digital literacy and digital skills to provide us with the relevant knowledge and skills to ensure that students are prepared to go into the modern world to be able to hit the road from day one. Another one area is to look at data management systems, because all these things will generate a lot of data. How can we be able to manage the data, collect the data, manage it, and use artificial intelligence to be able to help us to track student performance, to be able to help us understand key areas of improvement. Very important for us to look at as we look at science, technology, and engineering, and how it can help us in our education. Now, the ICTs, we all know that ICT is one of the fastest development tools, and we need to find out here in Africa and across the world, in particularly in the Gambia, how we can use it to make education more accessible and inclusive, right? And as I said before, we need to think about how we can utilize artificial intelligence, data mining, and knowledge management. How can we store the data, mine that data in order to understand, make predictions, estimations of what is going to happen next in our communities, in our societies, in our countries. This can be powered by artificial intelligence, right? And also get some knowledge management tools that can help us to be able to capture the knowledge and transfer that knowledge from generations to generations. So, in addition to this, I just want to share that research has shown that integrating ICTs in teaching methods can improve the learning experience. Now, one key area in this is LMS, learning management systems. Across the developed world, for example, in England, in America, so many schools where I have taught for many years, where I am a full professor at Slippery Rock University, I was able to be introduced to so many teaching learning management systems like Desire to Learn, Moodle, Blackboard, Canvas, Angel. These are all different types of learning management systems that you can use as a teacher, as an educational institution, to provide learning platforms, content sharing, right? And also collaborative tools. We can also utilize some social networks to help us. These are just some examples so that we are able to utilize ICTs, right? For example, I'll give you one good example. If you look at a country like Portugal, when they implemented learning management systems, it was able to help them transform rapidly in their educational systems, which was declining. We can learn from them and learn from other areas where these things have been implemented. And of course, utilize some of the resources, Africans, that you have in different parts of the world to help us in this area. Now, in the Gambian context, let me come back home, but the same thing can be applied to other parts of Africa. In the Gambia, for example, the integration and use of ICT in education can be very crucial to help us improve our educational administration, how we manage it, and how we provide quality education. This is lacking. There are some steps, some efforts that are ongoing, but the challenges are there because of limited infrastructure, inadequate training for educators, and also lack of access to technology. Now, what are we doing? Because somebody can say, what are you doing at our Ministry of Communications and Digital Economy and the agency that I lead, the Gambia Information and Communication Technology Agency? We are focused on digital literacy as a dedicated focus area, and also several activities to hold the potential to contribute to this critical aspect. Now, one, we are working with the Millennium Challenge Corporation, which is a United States government initiative to help African countries in various development agenda. We have a project with the Millennium Challenge Corporation, and we are currently collaborating with them to establish career guidance programs okay, in order to inform about digital skills and careers that are needed. Number two, we are also collaborating with the MCC, Millennium Challenge Corporation, to strengthen the schools in the Gambia with school monitoring, performance monitoring systems, where we will be able to utilize digital tools for data collection, analysis, and reporting. We are in order to help inform decision makers about the potential for improving the learning environment. We are also looking at how we can promote technology uptake in education. As I said, there are some schools that have started this, but there is a lot needed, for grant schemes for digital solutions in learning, and how schools will provide schools with resources in this area, including how we can provide tablets, e-learning platforms, online courses to foster digital learning experiences in Gambian schools. And also, we are looking at teacher policy reforms, how we can incorporate digital literacy training at the teacher professional development levels. Because when the teachers are empowered to effectively use technology in the classrooms, it will help enrich the teaching and learning environment. Now, these are all important in helping creating a digital resilient education system. Another area that we are looking at with the Millennium Challenge Corporation here in the Gambia is to help to deepen the understanding of the existing digital literacy gaps, evaluate feasibility and potential impact of integrating digital literacy, and develop a comprehensive national strategy for promoting and supporting digital literature in the Gambian secondary education, aligning with my agency's existing efforts and plans. So we are working very well with the Millennium Challenge Corporation in this endeavor. Now, let me touch on how we can do the implementation, how we can strategize to implement these things in implementing a resilient education system. Number one, we need all governments across Africa. I can say there are some African countries that are really far in the game, like Rwanda, okay, like Kenya, South Africa, Nigeria, and some of the Arab countries, Tunisia, Morocco, and Egypt are very much ahead. But so many other African countries are still lacking. And what I think we should do is to invest in ICT infrastructure and training for educators. Number one, very important. Number two, nations need to develop policies that support integration of ICT in education. We need to do that. And three, we need to make sure we collaborate with international organizations and stakeholders in order to be able to learn from them, to share best practices, and also to share resources. This is very important thing. In fact, I am happy to share that I will be traveling to Morocco to sign a cooperation agreement with the Digital Development Agency of Morocco, which is one of the best in Africa. We are going to sign a cooperation agreement so that my agency, the Gambia Information and Communication Technology Agency, and the Digital Development Agency in Morocco will be able to share resources and expertise in our agenda of digital literacy, digital platform creations, and digital transformation in our countries. The last strategy is we need to make sure that there is continuously monitoring and evaluation of the impact of ICT on education. Without this, with these key areas, we will be able to put together a very strong and resilient education system. So just to conclude, I want to say that building a resilient education system in Africa requires a multifaceted approach. Various stakeholders have to be involved that leverage ICT. You cannot implement a resilient education system to give you that lifelong learning and relevancy without really putting in ICT and also science, technology, and innovation in it, and to provide a comprehensive support mechanism for the teachers and the learners, right? By addressing critical areas such as digital infrastructure, teacher training, curriculum development to make the curriculum dynamic, flexible, and relevant, and data management, we can create an education system that is adaptable, inclusive, and capable of providing quality education for all. So, as we celebrate the African Liberation Day, I want to say that let us commit ourselves to the vision of the founding fathers, right? And work together as Africa and remove the bottlenecks in sharing resources in Africa, right? And let's challenge our leaders at the African Union, at ECOWAS, at SADC. Let's challenge them to ensure that they have agendas that transform education in Africa. And let's ensure that the education systems can withstand any challenge and we continue to strive in Africa. I hope that gives you a snapshot of what a resilient education system is from my perspective. And again, it is an honor from the CIOF for giving me the platform to meet all these brilliant participants here today. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor. Thank you so much, Professor. This is indeed a well researched, I don't want to say paper, I don't want to say speech, but it's an eye opener. And you know the beautiful thing about this whole what's it called, a presentation is he's not like, our government, they're so good with coming up with all strategies, with solutions, but they never come up with ways they're going to implement those solutions. And Professor right here gave us the problems, he gave us the solutions, he gave us ways in which his organization is going to implement those problems and those solutions that he has just come up with. And honestly, I am so amazed. And just to add on to whatever he just said about coming up with online platforms, digital platforms, where as young people we can equip ourselves, we can gain knowledge. You would understand that sometimes you're done with grade 12, you're now in the university, you are now, take for example, now a lawyer, but still when you have to do your researches, you struggle to get informations. You struggle to put your research papers together. You struggle to get a lot of stuff even online. I know for a fact that the platform that they say, oh, Nexus, you have to pay to even get those knowledges. So I believe the systems that Professor has come up with, once it is implemented, come on, I don't know for any country, but Gambia will be enjoying, and there's one thing I also want to, if you observe what he said concerning having career planning, career assessments, advice. You all know CIF is already doing that. CIF is already going to the schools. We're having career day events. We're just sitting with young people, listening to what they have to say. And it's very sad sometimes that when you go to these schools, some young people don't even know what they want to become. The educational system doesn't help them, do not even help them at all to work towards their dreams. You'll see some students are studying, like Doctor said, some people, you can go to another field and you can be good at what you do. You can be very perfect with what you do. You can excel. But most of the time we don't have systems that guides you through what you want to become in the future. Some people want to become accountants, but they don't even know like the steps that they need to take, whatever they need to take. And it's really amazing just hearing from Professor. So we're super, super, super excited. I've seen some comments on the chat box, and I'll just want to read a few of them. I saw Anchu's own, and she was saying, pardon me to just read some of it. Anchu is saying education without, sorry. Okay. Anchu is saying if education is not relevant, it is meaningless. That's profound. We have Bernadette saying so much is being dished out right now. I am getting so many nuggets down. We have COIF, Coaches of Influence Foundation, saying learning management systems, LMS. Do we have them in Africa? I don't think we even have them in Africa. If not, why not? We have to now start thinking, why don't we have all of this in place in order to equip us, in order to be great in our educational system, to be the best version of ourselves. So, Professor, Jalo, we are truly amazed. And personally, I'm being stirred up to see um, the Africa that we want. Dr. Miles is saying the richest place in the grave is in the grave. So, Professor A.K. Jala, thank you for saying we need to share our skills and our knowledge. So, let us not die with the knowledge and skills without passing it on. Our African people, they're so good with that. They feel like if they share their knowledge with anyone, that person is going to be better than them. And I feel like we need to unlearn most of these ideologies that we have as Africans, and now start, equipping each other, building each other up, standing by each other, rather than, the fear of someone is going to be better than me, or the fear that someone is going to take my position. As in African, especially in Gambia, people are so particular about their positions, they're particular about or what their credentials, rather than equipping one another. So I believe that was a good one. If my co-host has anything to add, please feel free to do so, Isa too. If not, we can move on to the next item on the agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Professor Mr. Jallo. That was very, very insightful. I have my book is almost full and I am so loaded. And I think he has almost touched on all the core values that is Coaches of Influence Foundation's core value. Because he mentioned collaboration. He said, sharing your knowledge and not holding it. Because I mean, if you have your knowledge and you do not share it, and then today you are no more, then there is no legacy. And the purpose of the education that you have gained, and instead of sharing that knowledge, it's tantamount to nothing. So I think, like he said, there has to be that collaboration. And Professor also said something that we as Africans, we are supposed to be global citizens rather than citizens of our own. Like I am a Gambian, like I can use that knowledge or whatever I have beyond Gambia. I can use that knowledge to help Sierra Leone develop, Rwanda develop the skills or whatever that I have learned in my country. In as much as I am helping my own country, I can extend it to our sister countries, because we are saying Africa, the Africa we want international, and as we are celebrating Africa Day, so it does not have to just limit to us. That is why we have diversity, and he has also touched on that, which is as well a core value of Coaches of Influence Foundation. He also talked about the resilient educational system, and he gave 4 tips, that is to identify the educational priority goal. I think, like, I have seen Coaches of Influence Foundation commented that we are supposed to, our leaders I wish today, probably some of them are watching. These are some of the things that the government needs to actually look and ponder into, to be able to have a resilient educational system, and also try to introduce the IT, the tech needs to be in our educational system, because gone are the days that teachers will be writing in the blackboard. I agree to one of the comments on the chat. He also said the teachers evaluation system, and I think that is very true, because if we have that system, then it will be easy to be able to identify the loopholes in the educational system, to be able to revamp anything that is actually not helpful, and be able to make progress. Professor also said about providing program and course evaluation, and also the robust student services. I think these are some of the things that we actually need, because he made mention of, like, if you're in Ghana, you can use your Gambian ID to be able to log in. I remember when we were in the university, you do not have to log in with your own details. You need the password, which if you don't have it, sorry, you cannot actually log in. So I think technology is very, very important in this generation, in as much as it's education, because education is not relevant. If education is not relevant, professor said, then it is meaningless. And I think it's really something we need to ponder upon, because that is why I think we need to actually have this system to be actually revamped, and we need to make sure that we have the IT system inculcated in our educational system, to make sure that the Africa we want is possible, the Africa we want happens, and we are the future, and the future actually starts now. So all of us, the youth that are here today attending this event, I hope the wisdom and the knowledge that we are actually being loaded with will be implemented, and we can tell ourselves that we can do better. Yeah. So I think after this we will now actually have the video presentation that will come up. That is the Africa Day video. Yeah. Thank you.
In the journey towards the Africa we want, Agenda 2063 sets forth a bold framework rooted in 7 aspirations. Each aspiration embodies our collective dreams for a continent of boundless opportunity, shared prosperity, and unwavering unity. Aspiration 1: a prosperous Africa based on inclusive growth and sustainable development. Aspiration 1 ignites the flame of inclusive growth and sustainable development. It beckons us to eradicate poverty in a single generation, crafting a tapestry of shared prosperity through transformative social and economic measures. Aspiration 2: an integrated continent, politically united and based on the ideals of Pan-Africanism and the vision of Africa's Renaissance. Aspiration 2 echoes the spirit of Pan-Africanism, forging an integrated continent politically united where the ideals of self-reliance and self-determination illuminate the path to Africa's Renaissance. Aspiration 3: an Africa of good governance, democracy, respect for human rights, justice, and the rule of law. Aspiration 3 champions good governance, democracy, and human rights as the cornerstone of Africa's journey. It envisions a continent where justice and the rule of law thrive, nurturing a universal culture of fairness and equality. Aspiration 4: a peaceful and secure Africa. Amidst challenges, Aspiration 4 envisions a tranquil horizon where mechanisms for conflict resolution prevail. It fosters a culture of peace and tolerance, nurturing the seeds of harmony in Africa's children and youth. Aspiration 5: an Africa with a strong cultural identity, common heritage, shared values, and ethics. Aspiration 5 celebrates Africa's rich tapestry of culture and heritage, embracing Pan-Africanism as the heartbeat of our collective identity. It's a call to preserve and honor our diverse traditions, uniting us in a common bond. Aspiration 6: an Africa whose development is people-driven, relying on the potential of African people, especially its women and youth, and caring for children. Aspiration 6 places people at the forefront of Africa's narrative, empowering women, youth, and children as architects of change. It envisioned an inclusive continent where every voice is heard and every dream is nurtured. Aspiration 7: Africa as a strong, united, resilient, and influential global player and partner. Finally, Aspiration 7 propels Africa onto the global stage as a beacon of strength and resilience. It calls for unity in the face of external pressures, affirming our place as equal partners in shaping the future of our world. Closing short of a united Africa, diverse and thriving. In unity, we find strength. In aspiration, we find purpose, focus, and direction. Together, let us march forward towards the Africa we want by 2062, a continent of boundless opportunity, shared prosperity, and unwavering unity.
Absolutely beautiful. Are you guys excited? I'm not seeing the comments on the chat. Did you just hear the video? Did you listen carefully to what the video was saying? I want to see some thumbs up if you heard whatever you got from the video, whatever quotation you got. Let me see. Is it insightful? Give me a thumbs up. Hello. I'm not seeing any messages on the chat box. Perfect, perfect. Thank you, Ben Edward. Thank you. Ben Edward said it was insightful. And so this quote got me. It says, in Africa, we find unity. And in inspiration, we find purpose. So it is our unity that will keep Africa going. It's when we are united, it's when we stand together, it's when we have one clear vision as to what we and where we want Africa to go. And you could hear from the video they're talking about Pan-Africanism that has to do with the unity, the collectivity of Africa. So it's actually a beautiful, beautiful video. Thank you. I see the comments. Thank you, Fatumata Kamara. Thank you, Janke Jaju. Thank you, Katrin Jata. Thank you, Maria Makande. We see all of you. So Africa is our home and Africa is our future. We will take Africa to wherever we want Africa to go, right? So we will dive in now to our next speaker. That's speaker number one. Our keynote speaker was Professor Abdul Karim Jallo. I'll be asking questions. Our keynote speaker Karim Jallo. Now we are having our first speaker, and our first speaker is Mr. John Mendy. I'll also be asking what is the theme of today's Africa's Day celebration. So make sure you get the theme right. If you know the theme, send it on the comment box. Let me know what the theme is. Don't just be taking nuggets without knowing what our theme for this celebration is all about. So we will now have Mr. John Mendy.
I introduce to you Mr. John Mendy. Mr. John Mendy is a PhD scholar with a concentration in conflict analysis and management at Kent State University, USA. He holds a master's degree in Advanced European and International Studies and International Relations and Diplomacy. John Mendy has taught in several universities, and he has vast experience in education and diplomacy. Let's make welcome Mr. John Mendy.
Hello, everyone.
Mr. Mendy, you are welcome. You can now begin.
All right,
Thank
thank
you.
you so much. I hope my PowerPoint is in. Trying to get it in. Okay. Uh, Thank you so much, Coaches of Influence, for giving me the opportunity to be part of this gathering. I am so delighted to be with you all, and I'm happy to be here again. I think it was last year that I came to this platform, and I am happy to join you this year to talk about to give a talk on a different topic, particularly on a very important day or occasion like this, a day set aside for us to remember and reflect the journey that we took, our grand forefathers, our mothers, our grandmothers took to fight to give us the liberation that we come to celebrate, uh, reflect our journey, our shortcomings, and way forward. I'm happy to be part of this gathering and to also have a talk on the topic, the role of science, technology, and innovation in creating increased access to inclusive, lifelong quality and relevant learning in Africa, uh, built on the theme of resilience. And to begin, uh, post-colonial era, particularly in the 1970s, have seen African countries articulating policies, programs towards harnessing science and technology for the development of the continent. At this time, both developed and developing countries has also been taking a very important leap in terms of promoting uh, 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 their development through harnessing the beauty of, uh, of technology and science itself, which is quite imperative. So developing countries particularly utilize this opportunity to build on their economy, and then expand it. They expand their markets as well. But this time witness also African trying to push this aspiration forward. So it is important that this aspiration to be achieved, it needs to be situated somewhere that will propel and serve as a catalyst for its realization. And one of the target institutions or places were universities and research institutions. So most of these developed and developing countries decided to invest hugely onto their research and to their university on cross-cutting research field to build up the human capacity, accelerate development through investing on research and development related career. So some countries were quick to devote a portion of their GDP, development product, to the generation of new knowledge and innovations that leads to the advancement of science and technology. One of them was Singapore, South Korea. You know, I bring out these two countries in particular because they are relevant to our context. Because Singapore was just like the Gambia when it was getting its independence. It was called, like Gambia was described as a probable nation, a nation that could able to exist on its own if it's given its independence. So scholars and policymakers were doubtful whether Gambia will be able to manage itself when it gets its independence. The same reality was Singapore also when it got its independence, the same year with the Gambia. And South Korea also, the same reality with Ghana. So I brought out this example to make relevant, to see how relevant it could be within the context of African community. China also devoted about 2.6% of their GDP, Brazil 1.5, Malaysia, 1% of their GDP, towards India. All of these countries decided to devote a percentage of their GDP in order to advance science and technology, increase access, relevant and quality. The result of this was the generation of a highly competitive economy in the development and the output of scientific and technological research in these various countries. So the dividends, it started yielding dividend to the people. So example to give is, for example, you could have Apple and Samsung competing, South Korea and the US brand competing in the global market, a developed, originated from a developing and a developed nation. So this suggests that also that Africa could able to do something using technology, science, and innovation. The world has therefore become a highly competitive marketplace for ideas, creativity, innovation, and easily accessible learning opportunity thanks to technology. So thanks to technology, the world today has become more a place where ideas can easily compete. While Africa is rich and endowed in natural resources, it has not maximized the benefit of science and technology and innovation as well. It remains economically marginalized in the global knowledge economy because of its low scientific and technological capacity. So Africa's share of the global trade is also marginal by about 3%, according to the African Development Bank. The continent has also 15% of the global population and a very youthful population of somewhere 70% or 60%, somewhere around 60% plus of the country's population are youthful, but it has with other regions standing at a less than 2%. So that's to say that in terms of our contribution in the global trade, we contribute less than 2% when we have the continent has over the continent have over 15% of the global population, and this population are youthful population. So it's like we are endowed with resources, but our problem, our contribution is small. So leading African countries in these areas of science and technology in Tunisia, South Africa, but yet they are not actually doing very well with these regards. So it's problematic in essence that we have a country that is endowed with all these human resources, but yet still our contribution in the global system is still that very minimal, which is sad. In 2017, only 1 in 5 people in sub-Saharan Africa were able to have access to internet. 85% use it for communication only. South Africa, for example, with Apple access to international cable on the ozone bed, has an internet penetration rate of 50%, while West Africa's 30% is still much higher than the 10% in Central Africa. So even though West Africa has like 30%, which one could say that it is still low, but compare it with Central Africa, which only have like 10%, which is very, very small for a continent like Africa, which is very endowed with resources, as I initially said. So in Africa, 1 in 4 people have access to the internet, and 1 in 10 have access to a computer, while 3 in 4 have access to a mobile phone. The inequality gap is also wide. Inequality across the socioeconomic group are large. For example, people in the richest quintile of consumption or asset ownership are 15% more likely to have access to a computer. So you could see it like a very 15% are more likely to access a computer for those that have and those that do not, compared to those that do not have or have little. So you could see the inequality gap is very, very wide. So the current state of Africa, that is the reality that they have, is more of articulation. They have Yes, it is not void of articulation. For example, the Lagos Plan of Action for Economic Development of Africa, 1980 to 2000, you know, articulated, the need for for the utilization of technology in order to help advance the development of the continent. And we could also see these articulations, and these commitments, the need to build this capacity, you know, articulated in also policy documents as well, from the continental level. So regionally, we could see that the Lagos plan action, aimed at fostering collective action and program for sustainable development in Africa by increasing self-reliance, accelerating internally located and relatively autonomous process of growth, and diversifying social and economic activity based on scientific knowledge and technology and research, and then accelerating regional integration through cooperation, through trade. So in essence, technology was a path of the things that would enhance trade and economic integration in Africa. There are also regional commitments also geared towards promoting uh, uh, the advancement of tech, innovation, and science. And then at all these different regions, they have their various actions in place in order to promote development. Like, for example, ECOWAS, for example, has committed themselves towards promoting access to the to the internet, for example, access to technology, promoting science, and the same thing goes also to other regions like East African Community (EA), and then also Southern African Development Community (SADC), and then we also have uh, market for Eastern and Southern African state, COMESA, and the list goes on. All of them, commit themselves and formulate policies and programs, and also have collaborative approach in order to promote uh, science and technology and increase access to ICT, which is quite imperative. So we could also see multilateral organization, that's international organization, also chipping in, in order to advance uh, science and technology, and then access also to quality and relevant education, through budget support, through also helping the continent to also align themselves, or as a body, as being part of this body, in order to integrate some of the goals like SDG 4, and which is related to education, and SDG 9 with regards to uh, tech. So all of Africans, we are a part of this organization, and they have also articulated their policies, their program, their aspiration, in line with some of these policies and programs from the global system. Example include the UNESCO, you know, taking a very critical role, in supporting the AU and the PAD, through initiatives that enhance uh, technology, science, and to name the list. So we could see them giving support to the African continent, since African is a part of these organizations, through technical advices as well, which is quite imperative. The World Bank, UNESCO, as I said, the African Development Bank, support these efforts in order to harness these opportunities. There is the importance of science and technology is critical in terms of promoting inclusion, uh, accessibility, and relevant as well. So science and technology uh, helps in integrating of the ICT in education, enhancing quality and engagement. So you can able to utilize science and technology in order to enhance the teaching quality. Also enhance also the sharing of knowledge. But most importantly, it creates space for innovation. And then e-learn platforms like e-learning, for example, mobile learning platform, can also make learning to be a lifelong process, which is quite important. So and then also making it easy. Once science is utilized in the education system, it also make it science and technology is utilized in the education system. It also make it so easy for us to access education irrespective of our location. So it can able to help bridge the gap between the have and the have not. Unfortunately, in African continent, what we could see is that people that live in the urban area are more likely to have internet connection, have access to technology than those that live in the rural area. So as the rich and the poor. But then we can also harness this opportunity to build the gap, to able to to close the gap of the have and the have not, and then able to help boost development, which is very, very important, by making sure that nobody is left behind, having an education system that is very inclusive. People sit in their comfort zone, in their houses, if despite their condition, they can able to learn, because thanks to the availability of technology, which I think the African continent should be able to utilize. Innovative educational model, modern teaching method, so it gives room for this. That's the beauty of having science and technology in our education system. Teacher training, it should be, but then to achieve this, it is important that this is also integrated in the teaching and training, process as far as education is concerned. So the one beautiful thing about having science and technology in education system is to have a lifelong learning opportunity, whether through the school system or through the indigenous method or whatever approach. It makes teaching and learning to be a lifelong process. So you can continue to learn even after graduating, teaching yourself, using technology to teach yourself. Teaching and learning of science and technology in school is quite imperative, because that's the formal institution that we have that should provide a platform for people to escape knowledge. So if we integrate that into our curriculum, integrate that into our teaching methods, it's help the student to prepare them, particularly at the early stage of their basic education, you know, if not even at house school level. So this is very, very essential by in helping people to learn, and helping cultivating. You can also use technology also, as far as it is in our school system, to cultivate the spirit of science, the spirit, the love for mathematics, the love for subjects that help one to be more grounded in the field of science and technology. And then together it can also serve, if well utilized, as a catalyst for national development. So what are some of the challenges that we face? Obviously there are opportunity it comes with, but then what are the challenges that we face in the continent as far as this endeavor is concerned? One of the challenges that we have faced is the lack of infrastructure. You know, uh, that is, as Professor Jallo was actually highlighting in his presentation, that infrastructure is key. You cannot have a well advanced uh, scientific approach to your development. You cannot able to harness the benefit of science and technology as far as your national development is concerned without the right infrastructure in place. So you need to build the infrastructure, and then Also, what is also more important is relevant as well. Because if we talk about quality education is only meaningful if we could even talk about quality, if it is relevant. You can bring the best courses to people to learn. You can design it from a world-class model. You can have education at the best standard, but then if it's not relevant to the life of the people and to their community, there's no point. So education have to be relevant. That is the most important thing. So we could able to harness the beauty of technology, the beauty of science, the beauty of research, the beauty of access to this facility to dig deep into the needs and aspiration of the people to research and then establish what are their priorities and then able to invest hugely on that, and then be able to design also a curriculum that suits that needs and aspiration. So this thing is also hinged on political will because you could not able to advance this without having the authorities, the government being in place, taking up leadership role, creating conducive environment for infrastructures, conducive environment for business to thrive and compete in a very fair and helpful manner so that they can able to achieve their goals and aspirations. So political will is at the heart of this process. And then access also is another challenge that we also face, like and inclusion. As I said initially, as we look at the data, you could see that as I was saying initially, that there is this gap between the have and the have not, and also by virtue of the location you are, the tendency of you having access to internet may be high or may be low. So there is also a need for deeper cooperation between uh, countries, for example, between government and the private sector, for example, for us to able to tap from the benefit of science, technology, and access to tech, and then making education be more relevant, and also ensuring that there's quality education in Africa. So these are challenges. There is a need for deeper and a wider cooperation between actors at various levels, both local, national, and international. So the recommendations are to increase access, relevant and quality. There's a need for us to increase the access to education. That is, education should be very accessible to the people. Science and technology people should able to do science if they want to do science. People should able to have access to quality education irrespective of where they are. So your geographical location shouldn't be a stumbling block to your education as far as any field is concerned, particularly in the field of science and technology, which is actually reflecting some of these differences and gaps. So relevance is important, as as I said before, that the education system should always be relevant. Because if you look at education globally, particularly in the developed world, or the advanced world, or the emerging economies, you realize that most of these countries, what they understood is the relevance of education, and then the quality as well. So they design their education system in order to address their concerns. Like most of these fields, the course that many people study abroad, are designed purposely to address their challenges, their contemporary challenges. But then what we do in most cases in Africa is to just look at the available course abroad and then design an education system that incorporates all those courses or standards or subjects. Sometimes we need to question that. We don't, it's always good to adapt good practices if it's quite normal. But then also you have to tailor it to suit your reality, suit your context, able to answer the relevant questions of your society and also solve the main problems, of your society. So relevant is very, very important. If you go around Africa, you could see there are a lot of university in Africa. You go to the Gambia now. Before it was like literally one university, but now we have many universities coming on board. And you go to Ghana, you go to Senegal, you go to many parts of the continent, there are a lot of university. But if you go through their curriculums, if you go through the programs that they are teaching, and you begin to question their relevant, you begin to see that most of their courses sometimes, do not speak to the realities of the people. They are more adaptive. Like, for example, there is a problem in the US or in Europe or in advanced countries. They decided to think and develop a course in order to train their people to be able to answer those questions and able to be part of those solutions to that immediate problem. And but we just came and copy everything and then want to implement it, rather than us also thinking and also developing courses that are also relevant to our reality. But I do not say this in order to argue that we have to live in isolation. No, but we should also be part. We should be part of the global community. But being part of the global community, we should be able to bring solutions, answers to problems that are also unique to our reality. So relevant and quality have to go in tandem. It has to be relevant, then the quality. We speak about quality. You can have quality, but if it's not relevant, there's no point. So it's just like having the best education in a particular area that does not help as far as your reality is concerned. So build and strengthen capacity. Digital infrastructure is super important. We should able to build and strengthen our capacity in able to help our people access in the 21st century. Internet supposed to be a human right. It's not a privilege that people should enjoy. People should be able to have access to the internet. People should have access to platform that they can able to learn and share. People should be able to do business through the digital system or digital world. So we need to move faster than we are moving by building the right digital infrastructure and also be part, an effective player as far as the fourth digital revolution is concerned, and perhaps lead even the fifth digital revolution. So the idea is for not for us to lag behind. For the idea is for us to come on board and be part of the table of decision making, the part of the table of bringing solutions to the table, the part of the problem solutions of the global system as far as the tech science is concerned, just like in other fields. So it is also important for government, particularly in Africa, to deepen their cooperation, especially in the field of science and tech, and also research institutions to also promote networking. If I am a student in the Gambia, I should able to go to Ghana and do my things there without facing hurdles. So that is what we are. That is the kind of network we are talking about. We should able to cooperate on these fields, able to share expertise, intelligence, able to strengthen each other capacity, because each of these countries has a different comparative advantage. Some countries are definitely, by virtue of certain circumstances and realities, they are actually doing better than the others. What can Sierra Leone learn from Rwanda? So those are some of the questions that we could able to answer. How can we able to utilize this? How can we able to have common policies, common programs, harmonize our policies and our program, work together, in order to unleash the potential of technology, and also build on the beauty of science as well, through both global cooperation and national efforts, which is quite imperative as well. So inclusion is very important as one of the way forward. We should be able to think about the disabled or the differently able, as I preferably want to put them, the marginalized communities, such as communities that are left behind, in underlie or in Gunju should have the same chance with the child born in Serakunda or Banjul or in other city like Kigali, should able to have the same uh, opportunity like somebody who live in a different city, in Abuja, in terms of learning. Your determinant to learn this subject should be based on your motivations, your aspirations, your interests, your capability, and not just because of your geographical locations or because you are differently able. So this is the angle I'm actually agreeing from. So we should able to utilize also some of the scientific tools and method of teaching and learning, using ICT, to teach and learn, as part of the tools, like Canvas, for example. People should able to go to digital platform and learn, at their own convenience, irrespective of where they come from. Examples of countries that utilize science and technology to accelerate their development are numerous. Like Portugal is one of them, Singapore is one of them, China, all of these countries, particularly the emerging economy I'm talking about, not the advanced country like the United States, United Kingdom, France, and other countries. They they built on technology. They built on sound and progressive policies to serve as a catalyst for their national development. So we can also do the same in the African continent and make sure that online learning is not being limited, and by one reason or the other. So we can able to continue to share with regards to this. And to conclude, science and technology and innovation are important in creating increased access to inclusive, lifelong, and relevant learning in Africa. There's no doubt about that. So the only thing that we need to do is to harness the beauty, harness the impact, that it delivers, as far as our developments are concerned. So we should make sure that we use science and technology to promote and accelerate our national development. And the good thing about it is that we can able to use it to boost our economy, by boosting trade, by making sure that our integration is more meaningful. People can able to share uh, uh, knowledge, resources, you know, uh, without even having to travel from one country to another. We can able to benefit a lot from what Rwanda is doing. Rwanda can benefit a lot from what Gambia is doing. Ghana the same, Mali the same, Conakry the same. The list goes on. Nigeria the same. So Tunisia the same. So we can able to tap from each other's our comparative advantage, and then able to, through the use of technology, and make also education at local level be more accessible to people irrespective of their geographical location. And we can also it can also enhance good governance through transparency and accountability. Because the argument that we have, like most of the argument I said, like for example, policing, for example, if you want to fight corruption, it's easy for you to incorporate uh, 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 like the tech in whatever that they are doing. Like for example, like countries that are responsible for budgeting, for example, if institutions that are responsible for budgeting, for example, institutions that manage national resources, with the use of tech, we can able to help, able to help to understand what they are doing and then easily hold them accountable. So it goes beyond the classroom. So it has an impact even at national level in terms of uh, uh, development, in terms of promoting good governance and accelerating development. So one thing I want us to have as takeaway is that as far as the African continent is concerned, there is a need for more action because we have got our independence for more than 50 years for most countries now. Until today, we cannot be on aspiration. We should take concrete actions and harness the beauty of science and technology to the advancement of the country and her people. On that note, I thank you for your kind attention.
Mandy, for such a
Thank you, Mr.
beautiful
Men.
presentation. I guess we have a lot of comments on the chat box. I'll just read few of it because we're running out of time. And from Coaches of Influence Foundation, they're saying our leaders and government officials can learn and share knowledge without spending so much on travel, which is actually very, very true. We have someone from Simon Kankaga says, thank you, Mr. John. Your presentation is not only revealing gaps and challenges of Africa in terms of science and technology, but preferring recommendations. So thank you so much, Mr. John. For anyone that has questions, kindly put it down on the comment section. We would have a portion. We have a portion in the program guide where you can send in your questions, when you will be given the opportunity to speak, and we will take it from there. It's 12:33. So we're about to get the next speaker. So the next speaker is Miss Aissatou Seka. So can we have the video for Miss Aissatou Seka as we invite her to also come and give her own presentation? Thank you.
And I introduce to you Miss Isatu Biseka. Isatu Biseka is a graduate student in the Educational Leadership Program at the Patton College of Education, Ohio University. She is an educationist, women and youth development activist, and a social justice advocate with work experience from private and public institutions in the Gambia in student services, human resource management, data collection, analysis, and reporting. She has a strong interest in the interface between policy, planning, programming, and the practice of educational transformation within the context of socio-economic development. Isatu's main research interest is centered on the participation of women in higher education leadership. Let's make welcome Miss Isatu Biseka.
Good afternoon and good morning from my side. Thank you so much for this opportunity. And at some point when Prof. Jala was speaking, I'm like, do we need to? Because I think he kind of conclude everything that needs to be talked about here. But first of all, I go by the name Aissatou Biseka, and thank you so much for this opportunity. And happy African Day. And I hope we will continue to celebrate African Day in this magnitude for us to know what we need to do, where we are, and how we can strengthen the development and advancement of Africa. My presentation will be kind of a little bit somewhere, I don't know, let me see if I can get it on. Exploring the possibilities of place-based learning as an opportunity to reimagine perspective on education, leadership, and collaboration. Of course, I'm intertwining it with the development of science and technology in Africa. But first, I want us to reflect on the reason for education and where we are when it comes to education. I always tend to ask the questions of the what. What education are we offering in Africa? What type of education do we want? And then we ask the why. Why the education? The who, for who exactly? And how? And then that will help us to know the where. So in this case, I will present to you the place-based education, which is a new concept, kinda. But I think when we have that, it will not only help us with our science and technology in Africa, but of course in all our educational challenges that we are faced with. Because I believe there is something that we lack. That is the incorporation of our realities into our education systems. We inherit an education system where it is for us to embrace the concepts of the West, which are not our realities. It will be interesting for us to get to a point, or for us to get engaged in our education sector, and for us to have meaningful education, as Dr. Jallo and my brother John and all other speakers are going to talk about, is about what do we want. But then if we don't understand what do we want, we will just continue to round and round and round. And I always say, people acquire education for them to gain a meaningful livelihood at the end of the day. But if that meaningful livelihood is not promised, then the education in question should be questioned. And I will want you to note this down. And I always say this: we entrust our education system to people who do not trust the system themselves. Unless we learn how to trust the system, and unless we learn how to rethink our education for us to embrace our education, we will still continue to round and round and round and talk about this. So now we will get into the presentation. So we will look at the concepts of place-based education, and place-based education and the benefits that it has on K-12, and that is the basic education. In the US they call it K-12. And then okay, I don't know who's controlling the slides. Maybe I will be able to do that from my end. Yeah, so let's just get in. So place-based education is a method of education which uses the local environment, our community, to teach and then for us to learn. So it provides an opportunity for us to rethink about the leadership, about the education, and the collaboration in several ways. In other words, when we are to teach math or we are to teach science, it's to use the environment, the surrounding that we have. For example, the Gambian surrounding on how to teach science. For example, environmental sciences. You know, we use the Nyambai forest in Birkama, for example. I don't know if people understand what I'm trying to talk about. I am from that end, so that can be an example that I can give. And on how to address issues of deforestation and things like that. So it's kind of using the environment to teach. So it's to practicalize, because when people see, when people engage, that is the time they understand, and that is the time it has impact in their education. So place-based education helps to connect us with the environment, and it helps students to develop a bond with their natural environment. We have ecological systems in the Gambia, for example. We have people throwing away plastics bags. We have things happening around, but maybe they don't know, or maybe they know. But if there is an engagement in an education where it is centered around the environment and not giving us examples from the UK, from the US, or other parts of the world, but instead contextualizing it in the Gambia, it will help. And then here again, we will look at contextualizing education, applying education to our realities, applying education to what matters to us, applying education to where it fits. And that will help us to understand. We always talk about the high rate of failures that we receive in the WAS and the GABESI, and so it could be due to the fact that we do not understand what exactly we are learning. We do not contextualize it. We do not put it into the way we should understand it. I could remember, for example, when I was teaching business management and in St. Vincent, I didn't know that I was using place-based education, but I was using examples in the government, examples at the National Sports Authority. And when I came to read this, I was like, oh, then it was easier for them to understand, for the students that I was teaching, for them to understand that this is exactly what we are talking. I always want to like bring connection to what I am teaching to the people that I am teaching, for them to, get to contextualize it. If it doesn't, it cannot work. And then place-based education also helps us to culturally understand and respect our cultures, our values, and it fosters empathy. We are taught from the word go not to respect our languages. For example, the Mandinka, the Wolof, the Swahili, and so when I began this, so when I joined in today and I had to speak in English, and I'm like, we are celebrating Africa and using a foreign language. And at some point, I'm like, in fact, if we are to use language, which language were we going to use? Is it the Mandinka, the Wolof, or the Swahili or so? But it all boils down to us getting an education where we are imposed to alien things, we are imposed to alien languages also. So place-based education will help us to culturally understand and respect our values and give us a sense of belonging. To be honest, let's be realistic here. We cannot talk about education. We cannot talk about, changing. We cannot talk about change. We cannot talk about impacting. We cannot talk about contributing if we don't see ourselves into what we are doing. If we don't see the ownership, if the doors are not open to us. We see, for example, the government complaining the youths are not participating, this, da. But the question is, do we in fact connect the youth to our development projects? Do we bring people in? Do we create an environment where they would understand what we are talking about? Do we get them to be part of the culture, the values, and the development realities of the Gambia? All these are questions, or in Africa, for example. So these are things that we really need to put into context. So in other words, place-based education will help us to get to a point where there will be empathy, there will be self-love for our continent. There will be a sense of belonging for us. Most of us, in all reality, we are here in the US, for example. Some of us are not even, I'm thinking of going back because of the environment. Some of you in the Gambia or in Africa or wherever you are, you're thinking of coming here. The question always is why. There's the push factor and the pull factor is not there. So we do not have a balance between the push and the pull factor. It is more of pushing us outside, but no environment is created for us to come inside. I'm sure if you ask Prof. Jallo, for example, coming back to the Gambia, the challenges that they face. And in fact, some of us who have come, who were working in the Gambia, it's kind of like you don't belong. So we need to create an education where it will embrace our local history, our local communities. It will help us to put our hearts and then put us together in making sure this is something that we own. Let us make Africa the tree of life. We can make Africa the tree of life. But the question is, are our African leaders willing to create the environment for us to make Africa the tree of life? And are our leaders ready to educate us, to hand over the baton to us? So these are questions that I want us to note down. And when we go, maybe we do not have the answers here, but when we go back, we can always reflect and see what we can do. And then place-based education will develop us when it comes to leadership. Since it gives you a sense of belonging, it gives you ownership, obviously you will emerge as a leader to say, this is what I need to do for my community, my country, my continent. This is what I will do. It empowers. And then it helps us to develop communication, collaboration, problem solving. I always say our education system are built in ways in which it creates us or it reformed us into job seekers and not job creators. Or even if we create our own jobs, the empowerment is not there. So when we embrace place-based education in our education system, whether it is science and technology or the arts and the science or any field, it will really help us to get ourselves into creating, being creative. We are, and I always say, Africans are the most intelligent beings on earth. We can do anything if the environment is created for us. Everywhere that we go, we see lots of Africans, we see Ghanaians, we see Gambians, we see all nationals. And I'm sure John would have told you that we have a new Gambian in the US group and Canada. We are really surprised of the manpower, the human resource, the human capacity that we have. But looking at all those profiles in my head, I'm like, can we change this into reality for the Gambia or for Africa? And will the environment be created for us? This is a sad reality, and hopefully we will get to a point where we will find a solution. So place-based education also will help us into interdisciplinary collaboration. We need to get out of the way where we will think the doctor is more important than the carpenter. We talk about TVET education here. And when we were developing the national policy on education, which is not yet out, it coincided with the time when the grade 12 results were out. The next day, we were walking to the hotel and I was saying, okay, today we are going to talk about TVET. Since we have less than 500 students out of 20,000 who are qualified to enter into a university, we need to now find a way to get ourselves into TVET. And the sad reality was no one was willing to talk about it. And I was sad. And I said, I hope we would have to talk about this. And in the end, I was expecting with what happened yesterday, the news that we received, we could have talked about TVET. But the interdisciplinary collaboration, thinking that only the doctor or the lawyer is more important than the teacher or the carpenter or the fitter that we have there or the mason or whatever it is called, we are all important. So place-based education will help us into getting interdisciplinary collaboration in which we will say, this is the problem, where do we fit in? Where do you fit in? How can you help? And what do we think we can do? And it also help us to come into community engagement. It fosters civic awareness, responsibility, and community engagement through partnership. So I think we need to think of an education system where we will have the community being engaged. And as a community engagement advocate, now it's like schools are detached from the communities, and communities are inside of the school. Like we are fortunate, for example, in the urban Gambia, parents also are involved in the schools. But you go to the areas of Basse also, at some point there's a detachment, and you ask yourself, what happens? It's because we've seen them as the uneducated. We don't want to involve them into our realities, and it doesn't work that way. What people are into, where people are key contributors, their stake also needs to be considered. So community engagement in education will help us in advancing our science and technology in the Gambia and, of course, in Africa. So basically, when you look at place-based education, I want us to understand it in a sense that it will regain our priority in pedagogical approach. I always say, COVID-19 hits the Gambia, and it made us unprepared. And I haven't worked hand in hand with the Gambian education sector. I always ask this question: are we prepared for another COVID? And it is likely going to happen. The world is moving. We need to move when it comes to science and technology. We need to move when it comes to innovation. We need to change our pedagogical skills. We have schools where there are no libraries. We have schools where kids do not even know what they are doing. They don't even know the left and the right in terms of what they are doing. So why not then we begin to think on how to practicalize the education that we are talking for it to be meaningful. And then at some point, it will help us again to connect with our backgrounds and our local ecosystem. And the exciting opportunity that is to connect people to a place will help to advance multi-directional collaboration and networks. Because we need avenues where students in schools will have to figure things out at an early stage for them to develop alongside it with their education. We talked about, I had Prof. Jallo talking about career counseling and academic advising. We don't have that in the Gambia. And at some point, some of us have actually proposed Gambian schools or having a bachelor's degree in guidance and counseling for all schools at some point to have guidance and counseling units. The sad reality was we were told they don't need it because maybe we were too young at the time, and then it's like, okay, who are these little girls and these little boys? But it's the vision. It's what we have seen. Unless we get people to help us, unless we have schools where we have the career guidance and counseling for us to figure out what we need to do, it can't. It wouldn't work. And the world is moving, and we need to move around with the world. So, place-based education with the K-12 and academic success, it will help us to motivate our learning process. It will help us to experience hands-on learning, and it will also help us to connect with real-world experiences, and then improves our long-term memory lane. We are not just educating ourselves to forget. I bet if I ask all of us here what we have learned in the last 2 to 3 months, we might have forgotten. But if we connect with it, if we interact with it, if we practicalize with it, it will really help us into helping us to stick into our memories and also helping us to practicalize it. But then this vague learning or this theoretical learning, we need to move out of it. And this is what our place-based education helps us to do. The world have gone past the theoretical learning. We need to practicalize what we are learning. For example, how many students at the University of the Gambia have an opportunity for an internship? And let me say this, and you ladies and gentlemen need to note this down. When I was at the UTG, my first month, I read the newspapers for about a month. And in reading the newspapers, I was like, all job advertisement that I am seeing, they're all asking for about they're asking for 4 years experience, 3 years experience. I sat and I asked myself this question. By the time I complete UTG at this time, will I be able to get that experience? The answer would be no. And where will I start from? Which institution would be willing to hire me? Then that was the time when I had to opt for teaching. And the reason for doing that was, even though the money was so small, it was for me to gain the experience, so that by the time I finished UTG, I would have had 4 years of working experience. And that was one of the best decisions I've ever made. And it worked well, because immediately I finished UTG, I had my experience. I could remember the first job that I have. I wasn't even interviewed. They had to hire me with the CV that I presented. So this is the thing, and make it a point of duty from this day on. You're going to school, find something that you are doing to add to your experience, to practicalize what you are learning, so that when you present yourself for a job, you will have something to say. Don't just get your back, you're going to school and coming back. Even if you are to spend to get that experience, it is important. And this is what place-based education offers us: practical experience into getting us to gaining meaningful experience, so that when the time we need that experience, it could help. And again, I also hear this thing. In my master's thesis, I actually wrote on the employability of UTG graduates. And most institutions will want to employ MDI graduates, GTTI also. And when I asked, the question was, UTG graduates do not have experience. So experience and the degree that you have is side by side. And I think when I came to the US, I'm drawn to this place-based education, and it's like it's something that has been in my life for so long I didn't realize. So you need to get an experience. When we're talking about science and technology, we are learning. We are actually teaching kids on science and technology. We need to create that avenue where they will actually practicalize it. If the system is not giving it to you, you need to go out to get it for yourself, for your tomorrow, because it is important. So again, also it also helps us into community engagement, community enhancement, and then it also teaches students about their communities, the awareness in the community. And so there should be a bridge between the community and the school. There's a gap, and we need to bridge this gap. We need to bring it together. The school cannot operate outside of the community, and the community cannot operate outside of the school. So these two need each other for us to gain a meaningful experience and a meaningful education system, or a resilient education system in Africa. We cannot go on to our education systems where we look low upon our communities. And since I'm talking to Africans here, I'm talking to Gambians, I always want us to practicalize and be realistic. I don't like giving speeches or talking when I'm just, making things vague. The moment we begin or we graduate from UTG, or we high school, for example, we tend to look low upon our communities. We tend to look low even upon our family members. We are talking about education. Education doesn't just end and then begin with the pen and the paper, or the pencil and the paper. No, it boils down into our values too. Resilient education, an education that will make us stronger, an education that will make us to realize our value. We need to look at it. The moment we begin, going to school, the first thing we do is to actually change our accent. I can remember our first days in the UTG. It's like, okay, how are you? I was like, okay, this is it. So it's about us looking low upon our cultures, us looking low upon our family members, us looking low upon the people that we are even working with, or thinking that we are better by virtue of what? Due to this English that we are speaking, a language that is even alien to us. We are throwing away our values, not knowing. The education that will be meaningful to us is an education that will help us to embrace ourselves into our cultures, embrace ourselves into our communities, help us to get into our communities, to be community engaged, to know these are issues in our community, and then we have to change the community. We know there are kids in our community who have difficulty in math or English, and you are good in math and English. Inviting them to help to teach them, to nurture a community ownership, This is what education is about. This is what will help us to get to the development that we desire. This is what will help us to develop our science and technological systems. But if the environment is not even created at a community level, do you expect it to be created at the national level, at the continental level? The answer is no. Because we that comes from the communities are the same people that will go into national level, that will go into continental level, and that will even represent Africa at an international stage. So it starts from within. It starts from us. And when we get it wrong, everything will go wrong. When we get it right from the community that we come from the family that we come from, we can get it right. And the problems that we face as Africans, we are on an African Liberation Day. We need to liberate ourselves. We need to think about ourselves, on how to liberate ourselves. It starts from our families. It starts from our siblings, from how we treat our families, from how we see our families. Do we gauge the English that we speak as our success? Or do we gauge the impact that the positive impact that we make as our success? These are questions that I want us to reflect upon and to sit and think about them and then to answer them on our own. And then we continue. And again, also environmental responsibility. We said we are clean. Our place-based education help us to gain environmental responsibility. We say we are clean. We throw trash outside. If everybody in our family, in our compound, decide not to throw trash outside, then our communities are going to be clean. So this is what our place-based education will help us to attain. For us to be sensitive of our environment, for us to be sensitive about where we live, to critically analyze local issues as well. Issues are happening in town. The mortality rates, the killings, the everything. I was watching a video right before joining this seminar today, where I learned that the hospital in Serekunda or whichever hospital don't have water. And I thought of a day where I was told way back in 2021 that the theater room at the Banjul Hospital, the Edward Francis Teaching Hospital, was leaking. We talk about we look at those and we ask about the environmental responsibilities and the analyzing of critical issues and the love for Africa and the love for our country. Who are the leaders? Who are the leaders? Are we not these leaders? We should go away from the thing of pointing fingers and blaming each other and asking ourselves, what are we contributing into it? We witness in a space where now the youths are being exploited rather, by quote in quote, I had the Gambia Bureau of Statistics. Due to what? What is happening here? Because there is high rate of unemployment. Now, because youths are looking for employment with this census, and they begin to exploit them. Because everyone is thinking what I will gain is about the individual and not about the collective. It's about man kese, me alone, or it's about my family and not others' families. And these people that we are all blaming on social media are our own uncle and aunties and whatever they are. They are our family members. And we will be the same one to applaud them when they bring that corruption money also. We are the ones who will embrace them and say, Uncle So is rich, or Aunt So is rich, and look low upon the educated person who is trying to climb the ladder but could not, or the educated person who is actually not given the opportunity. So I think when we change our education system into a place-based education method, we could change things. And it's about lifelong learning. let us not say because I am in tertiary or higher education institution, maybe it has changed or I can't change. No, it's lifelong learning. So let us try to see how to change things. It's about African Liberation Day. It's about the development of an education system that is resilient. It's about developing our science and technology in Africa. But all of this will be myth, or will just be something that we are talking about if we don't ask ourselves the hard root questions and we answer them ourselves and begin to end this pointing fingers to the West also. Whatever happens to us at some point is our responsibility. And we need to change that. And I believe in the youth in these forums that when we work together, we can change things. So the challenges, of course, nothing comes without challenges. It's about resource allocator. Excuse me, let me just have. Resource allocation. You look at our national budgets in Africa, we are always thinking about what? Security. Of course, it is important. But the percentage of the national budget that is allocated to education, that tends to make us to question, are we really serious about education? Are we really serious about the development of our youths? These are things that we need to look at. Unless the governments in Africa are serious about investing heavily into the education systems, it wouldn't work. I used to go around with the education ministry on this what is it called, CCMs. We go all out to the rural Gambians to see the schools, how they are doing. You can't blame the teachers. At some point, the motivation is not there. The resources are not there. So if those are not allocated, what happens? You go to schools in the Gambia, this is the reality, where kids are sitting on the floor. And don't think it is only in the Gambia, even in Ghana, even in Nigeria. And you think we are serious about our education? You go to school where kids are late for school. What happens to the parents? Are we serious about our education? You go to school where kids don't even know where their books are. So the resource allocation is important. Curriculum integration. Oh, before the curriculum integration, let me talk about the education policy. I will make use of the Gambian education policy, which is designed every 15 years. And I tax all of you to go back and look at that policy. That policy, damn, it's just like, I'm sorry for that. It's just to impress the IMF, the World Bank, and whoever is donating us. But it's not a policy that is geared to address our reality. This is the hard fact. Go back to it and you read it and you look at it. So we need to look at them. Curriculum integration. What is needed? The relevance of our education. Jallo talked about that. The relevance, the quality education. We need to look at it. We need to change the curriculum. We need to change the curriculum to a point, to an education that will fit our reality. You have the teacher training. Teachers are trained. Yes, I agree. And I've been one. I agree. But that is not enough. There should be periodical teacher trainings here and there, time to time. But sometimes it's a fight for the teachers, for them to push themselves to even get a bachelor's degree in the Gambia. There are some teachers, when they want to choose to get a bachelor's degree, their salaries are terminated. They are not given scholarship. And even if they go out to get themselves the scholarships, Their salaries are terminated because of what? We know you will not come back. Yes, they might not come back. But at least they're trying to develop themselves into getting something else. These are things that are happening. Community partnership. How many times do schools go to coordinate with communities on things that they do? It doesn't. Everything is imposed on us. And anything that is imposed will never be respected. People respect things that they are part of. People respect things that they are actually invited to participate and contribute in. And this is the reason why most of our issues, most of our projects fail. We're talking about African liberation. Let us liberate ourselves first. Liberate our minds. Liberate our communities. Respect our communities. Respect our minds. Respect our families. And then we can get to another level. Equity. I always ask myself, is there any equity at some point? You go to schools where we all have our favorites. Even if there are opportunities, we can't even open doors to make a fair playground for everyone. We have to handpick. We have to look for someone that we know to get into stuff. And then in the end, the person cannot even do the work that he or she was supposed to do. Assessment. The assessments that we are having, are they reflecting our realities? How do we set the exam questions? How do we even orient students to exam? In the Gambia now, everyone is taught how to pass exam, but no one is taught how to do or how to acquire knowledge from the education that they are receiving. All the education that we are receiving, especially in the Gambia, and I know for other countries as well in Africa, is just about passing exam. But implementing that, never. Sustainability, that is our main problem. We cannot sustain. There is nothing that we sustain. Whatever we begin, in the end, it falls. You know why? Anything that doesn't come from the heart will never continue. And I always test people with this. This is my mechanism. When you come to me, I'm like, okay, I give you all the way out. I don't doubt you. I don't do anything. I'm like, okay, do this. It only continues when it comes from the heart. As the Wallace will say, lo hamne degu na rek moy continue. While lo degu wut do na continue. Whatever is not truthful, it cannot continue. So whatever comes from the heart, if we want our education and we are really serious about it, it comes from our hearts, we will be able to sustain it. But if it is just lip service, mouth words, we just want to talk, we can never sustain it. It will fall. And we really need to be serious about the education that we are always talking about. And then cultural sensitivity. When we're talking about education, we need to teach and to understand and to get teachers, get education actors, education enthusiasts who are culturally sensitive. You cannot go to people and look low upon their cultures. And I began with that, remember. There are some of us, the moment we complete high school, we look low upon our family members. That's the beginning. Because of what Nyonyo had high school. And then I have some 8, 9 credits. That is at some point, I'm sorry to say, rubbish if it doesn't come with values. And again, those are the people that goes into colleges, into UTG and other institutions, and then come back to serve communities. So if we don't have a workforce that is culturally sensitive, to incorporate cultures, to help us to respect cultures, to respect communities, to bring bridge the gap between the communities and the schools, we will still continue to talk about education, and we will not end it. So we need to be realistic here, practical, and be honest and be truthful with what we want. Unless we are, we will just continue to talk. And to be honest, the likes of me, we hate working on things that waste our time. So let us be practical. Those of us who are here, we can come up, we can think of things that we need to do, change the environment, the community in our little way, participate in it. And then hopefully our little efforts can be magnified and magnitude into something else. So education leaders as catalysts for place-based leadership. If our education leaders can serve as catalysts for place-based leadership and collaboration, they need to foster community engagement and collaborations, advocate for integration of place-based education in the curriculum, support experiential learning opportunities, and not to create opportunities for only few people. Invest in the professional development of the teachers. Advocate for resources. Our education leaders need to advocate for the professional development of the teachers. They need not to sit in those AC office and forget about the realities of the teachers in the classrooms. We need to also continual assessment to see if it is working. We do not need a system that is just this way. We always need to think critically, reinvent. The world is moving, the world is changing. But our education systems, our curriculums in Africa, especially, is just at the same space. We cannot afford to miss this. We cannot afford to go back. We need to create those opportunities, those environments for ourselves to push the development of science and technology in Africa, and of course, to liberate Africans. And these are some of the approaches that we can always use. And feel free, I can actually share the thing with you. So, for example, in the US, these are some of the, in Ohio here, for example, these are some of the opportunities that you can use for us to, get our education back and to help us to retrack. But all in all, from this day on, I want us to think about our education system. I want us to be serious about our education system. I want us to think and ask ourselves, is this the education that we want for our kids? Is this the education that we want for our sisters? Is this the education that we want for our brothers? And is this the education that will develop us? And we need to answer them. So let us get an approach where it will help us to instill a sense of pride, a sense of belonging, a sense of community, a sense of advocacy and uniqueness, to celebrate ourselves, to celebrate Africa, to get Africans to an education level that is at another level. We have the brains, we have the means. All we need is the resources. And we need to collectively work together and end this finger pointing and end the things that we need to do. And remember, as young people, I always say, the number of years that you live is not important, but the number of lives that you impact in your own little way is the most important thing. And as we celebrate African Liberation Day, let us try to liberate the minds. Let us try to liberate our education system. And let us all change our education system in our little ways, in our communities, and then develop our communities, our country, and our continent. Together we can, and we can push mountains. Africans are powerful. Let us have this power. Let us have this energy. And then we can change the narrative. With that, I thank you all for your kind attention. And these are the references. Thank you.
Wow, Ms. Seka, that was very profound presentation. Thank you very much. I am already loaded here, and I hope you are ready to listen to my presentation.
You are muted.
Thank you. I'm just overloaded and overwhelmed with your speech and presentation. I didn't even notice that. Thank you very much for the presentation. I was saying we are very grateful, and but the fact that we are out of time, we will just call on the entertainment to just come in. That is by our Tadia mentee of COIF, Fatimata Jawo, and then we will call on the final presentation by Mr. Ariel.
Dear Africa, your stories are found around fires, from the grassroots of our forefathers to our hearts and souls. For your future to be on a fine line, you dare not sing, swing, but to flow. For you, need not gravity, but growth. Dear Africa, Africa of many narratives unfold, the essentials of fabrics with many borders untold, that question where we come from and where we go into. For Africa, we belong as Africans. We come from here and there, and now we use the page of your history to map the future. So we dare not neglect your stories to be directed. Dear Africa, it is time to take the lead. The 21st century is characterized by digitalization and artificial intelligence, marking the power of technological development. Dear countries of Africa, why are the debt servicing obligation higher than the expenditure on education, health, and sanitation, leading to the undermining of the resilient education system and services? In the world of Africa, where change is the only constant, learning from the cradle to the grave is key to having high quality of learning. I mean, lifelong learning is not a luxury but dispensable for African children of today and tomorrow. Education that equips employability and self-employment is significantly relevant. Dear Africa, the quality of education must meet the minimal global standards for its relevance to blossom beyond our borders in this world of interdependence. Hey Mama Africa, remember, your recipes passed down generations from generations. And you are centuries of tradition and legacies, and your tranquility can be overshadowed by this unity. Africa must unite to form a United States of Africa. Then development will be unstoppable by Africans.
That was a very, very great point. Thank you, Ms. Fatu Jawo. And I took a piece of the poem. She says, "It is time to take the lead." And yes, we are ready to take that lead. So on to the next on the agenda is the introduction of our final speaker, Mr. Ariel Jomakon. So while we wait for the video of the third and final speaker, we can just go through some of the comments. Christopher Mendes said, "Wow, beautiful. I am touched by the words which says the number of days you live does not matter, but the number of lives touched and transformed to be better. And good leaders is a blessing and worth celebration." Thank you, Ms. Aisita Seka. So you also have the comment of the Coaches of Influence Foundation.
Mr. Ariel de
Very
Jomacan. Mr. Ariel de Jomacan. I introduce to you Mr. Ariel de Jomacan. Mr. Ariel de Jomacan, who is the Associate Director of ASDF KDEI, a business development service provider for small and medium-sized enterprises and career guidance solutions for graduates and professionals in Benin Republic. In his work, Ariel supports ambitious entrepreneurs managing their businesses or organizations in a structured manner to become experienced managers capable of building solid and effective teams that will in turn create employment opportunities and boost the country's economy. Let's make welcome Meister Ariel Jomacan.
Hi everyone, thanks for having me, and I really hope that you can hear me properly. All right, thank you. So I really want to thank the Congress and all the CYA Foundation team for having me this afternoon. I really like the poetry because it gives a very good introduction for what I would like to share with you. So talking about what I do in Benin, we do a lot of training, both for clients, both for teams, and we provide them with online and offline learning experience because you know that one of the biggest challenges in Africa is about youth employment and youth underemployment. So when it comes to those challenges, we know that the education system need to play a key role because the education system is the one that provide the skills and the talent for the businesses and the organization. So following my predecessors, I will complete the talking about building resilient education system in Africa. I will give you a perspective from the private sector. I will share with you some of the initiative that we are working on in Benin and for my businesses, and also some of the partnership that the government with all some key players they are working on to create some kind of resilient education system in Benin. So like all the speakers that I said, I think that now you know that talking about education system, we need to see it at the whole. We need to see it at the whole because it's not the job of just the universities, the schools, but I'm sharing with you, as you can see there, two figures. So the first one, this is the education system, an example of education system from the Poland Republic. And as you can see, we have many players involved. This is just an example. This is not, it doesn't mean that this is the best education or resilient education system in the world, but this is just an example. So you can see that we have the students at the core, at the center with the parents, the teachers, headmaster, all of the local authorities, the government Ministry of National Education. We can see international agency, NGOs, experts, media, training companies, staffing companies, etc. And on the second image, what you can see, some kind of another, like let us say, education system where you can find that talking about a system, we need to find some spaces, inspiring spaces for students, empowering teacher. We have talked about a lot from the all of the speakers, a student agency, robust infrastructure, etc. So what do we have? What do we have actually in Africa? And I would like to share with you some kind of personal view. I do remember in 3 years later, 3 years earlier, I went through I went through a distress. I've lost a loved one in my life. We were working on the businesses together, and you know that when you lost a loved one, it's a very big distress for you. I was feeling alone at that time, humanly speaking, and after such a distress, many questions raised in my head because at the first I was working as an agricultural financial consultant, and the question that I had was, should I continue my job or should I continue working as an agricultural finance consultant? I will need to launch our business that we were taking on together. At that time in 2021, I was alone, and instead of we having two workers at that time, it's different from creating a business, launching a business, and hiring them and paying them as a team. So going through the option of starting ASDF as my new business is a big deal for me. And I was questioning, how can I do this, because I've just lost a loved one, and do I have the the necessary resilience to launch that business? Do I have what it takes to launch that business? I do remember I just have a little saving, and I also need to relocate at that time. But there is a quote from Dr. Miles Monroe that really ignites something in my heart, when he say, "True leaders, they don't invest in buildings, they invest in people." I was watching a video on that time and how to build a sustainable business, and a business that can last and maybe you can pass on to the next generation. And this quote was saying that instead of thinking on how you will build your business, how you will make it resilient, how you will make it a lasting business, focus on how you can invest in your people, invest in your team, how you can develop your team, so that when you will have a great team, the team then we have the capability to develop that business. And like I said, in 2021, I was alone. We were two founders. The first one, she passed away. And then when I launched the business, the two co-workers that I have at that time, I shared the vision with them, and we started the business in 2022. From 2022 to date, from a business that I was alone on, and then we have two associates. I started with a team of 10 people, and then today we are a team of nearly 20 people, and we are performing with this business. And why am I sharing this with you? Because when you think in terms of resilience, we will have usually we think in terms of how to make sure that we have the good systems, how we have the good infrastructures, the good program, etc. But all of those components of the systems, they need to be managed by people. So if we don't put people at the focus, like Isato had just said, with her approach, if we don't put the community, if we don't put the people at the core center of everything that we are doing, we won't achieve the goal. So for me, today, if we are talking about the educational system in Africa, in Benin, in the Gambia, in Senegal, whereas we usually forget one point, which is the point of the student, because the education system only exists because they need to train students, right? They need to train students, they need to make sure that they understand the learning objective, etc. So if we don't focus on who are the students, what are their needs, what do we need to train them on, the system will collapse, because it's like a business. When you are starting your business, you need to know who are your clients, what are their needs, what are you suggesting to them, like services, like programs, like products, etc. So normally the education system should have one focus at the entry point. And that focus should be, how can we make sure that our students, we are working on their learning needs? How can we make sure that, talking about the student, they are the one we want to train? Professor Jallo has said that an education system that is an education system that is not relevant to the student is meaningless, right? So if we don't put the student at the core of the system, we will fail in meeting the goals. So for me, the first missing point is, when we are talking about all of things about the system, where do we put the students? Where do we put the learners? Where do we put them, from the primary school to the secondary school to the university? And I will share with you an image that I get from the Latin America, where you can see what are the pain points of students when they enter into university, and they are raising many questions on, how can I find my job? How can I make sure that after my graduation, I can seize the opportunity on the labor market? So here you have some of the pain points of the student. You know that Latin America, we can have some similar realities in South Asia, in Sub-Saharan Africa. So some students will say, we can do it like an African student. As an African student, higher education is not accessible to me because I am academically not well prepared. And as a student, I would like to prepare myself better for university. Or another student will say, as an African student, higher education is not accessible to me because it's costly, both in terms of money and time. It will take me 5 to 6 years to graduate with a bachelor degree. And as a student in Africa, I would like to enroll in a university or program that is cost effective, or take up appropriately pricing financing. Another example, as an African student, I do not know which field of study will yield the highest impact on my career. And as a student, I would like to understand which field of study have the best potential outcome for my career. And we will take another example. As an African student, my degree has content that is outdated and no longer relevant to the world today. And as a student, I would like to learn skills that are applicable and relevant to the job market. So you see, all of those situations are really many pain points for us like students, for our little brothers, our little sister. And if we don't put, or if the system don't put a student at the center of the needs, at the center of the programs, at the center of the initiative, at the center of the policies, etc., they will launch program, they will launch initiative, they will launch policies, they will write agendas that are really not relevant for the student. And like I said, like for a business, if my business is not relevant to the client, so this business does not need to exist. So if the education system cannot address the needs, the pain points of the student, so absolutely this education system will collapse in challenging time. So what do we do as a business in Benin to face this, to bring our solution on the table? Like Isatu said before, a resilient education system should start with us. It should start with families. It should start with communities. It should start with parents, students, etc. And what we are experiencing in our business, we prefer to choose like a student-centered approach, where we will ask questions about, because a human being is it takes many players, or I would say that it takes a whole ecosystem to educate a man. So we should not forget that a man is in a man we have a spirit, in a man we have a soul, in a man we have a body, and all of this containing his potential that should be developed to serve the community, to serve the country, to serve the family. So what we do in our business, we provide an online platform where students, professional, and some graduates, they can come and they will take certified skills assessment. We have partnership with some certified assessment businesses in the United States where we can offer those assessments directly in Benin. So when a graduate come in this platform, she will have the possibility to discover, okay, me as a student, let us say that the system is not performing well, the system is not working fine, but should I wait for the system to performing well before start my career? Should I wait for the system to perform well before knowing that after 10 years or 13 years of training, I will be waiting for the system to enter the job market? So when we got into a self-discovery approach, we will offer the opportunity to the student and to the graduate to know, okay, what are my natural talents? What are my skills? What is my personality? What are my values for work environment? What are my previous experience? Based on some question that he will answer, he will have a deep report, and this report will only speak about his life. He only speak about his personality, his values, his vocational interests, etc., etc. And actually, like you can see in the slide on the right part, we have here in Benin actually 6 what we call career direct certified consultant, and in our businesses, in my business, the 2 last people that we have below on the page, they work directly with me. So on the 6 certified career direct consultant that we have in Benin, our business alone, what we wanted of them. So when they will come on this platform, even if the government is not paying his pathway, even if the families they are not paying their part, even if the system is not paying their part, a student can have the possibility, can have the ability coming on this platform to see, okay, I would like to know more about myself. I would like to know my personality. I would like to know my interests, my passion, etc. And with an online test or on online skill assessment, when I will be giving the replies, the answers, I can have a deep report on me. And this report now will give me some kind of action plan where I will follow if I have a professional guidance advisor who will give me counseling, who will give me advice to see how I can use the data that I found on myself to see the next move for me. So this is one of our first initiative that we are working on. And another one is the Gallup initiative. So where you have Career Direct, which will focus on skills assessment, personality, vocational interest, values, etc. You will have the Gallup test that we talk about the natural ability. So because the skills comes when I start working or when I start learning something, and then I will develop those skills. But I need to say that what is different from skill is the natural ability, because we are born with those ability inside in our inner man. So the Gallup test will use some question that when the student or the graduate or the professional will be answering those questions, he will discover directly. I need to say that this is not like the truth test, because we are human. There is no test in this life that we come and say that I can tell about you, I can tell you everything about you. No, it's not possible, because we are created by God. So, but what is really relevant on those tests is because we will have the opportunity to answer to the question from inside. So when you are answering those questions, the reply that we have will give you some insight, we give you some advice on what you can work on to see the next move for you. So the Gallup will come up with information about the what they call today the soft skills. They call it the soft skill, but when we look at the soft skill, because the soft skill we show you with solving skills. They will talk about communication. You will have some skills, team management skill, etc. So you have it naturally in yourself, but when you will be moving in working environment, you will have the opportunity to develop it. So the Gallup test will give you the opportunity, we give them the opportunity to have more information about them. So this test, for example, will say you that if you just have information about your 5 top talent is enough. In 2019, I have a professional experience in the United States, where I discovered this test for the first time. And just by discovering my top 5 talents, it was very enough for me, because then I use those top 5 talents and I can apply it to any business environment, any workplace environment, any field of study, any field of working, etc. And then I can develop it. So those are the solutions that we provide them in Benin, directly, not relying on the system before. Now, the second missing point, because even if we put our focus on the student, you were saying, Isato, that you are very concerned about the why of things, and the why of the education system. If we got into the education system, this is because not only we need to be educated, but at the same time, after graduated, we need to know that we can have access to a job, or we can have access, or we can have the capability or the ability to launch a business. So this is what training, this is what education normally should bring to us. They should give us the equipment that we need to launch our business, to enter the workplace environment, to enter the job market, etc. So when at the one side, I'm suggesting that we need to give the focus to the student as a client of the system. At the both side, or at the second side, we need to see what can we do in terms of collaboration, in terms of partnership. And one key partnership for me is the partnership with the businesses, because like I said before, the private sector is the one that will provide massive job opportunities, whether it is about direct employment, or me as a business owner or future business owner, I have the possibility to launch my business. It's all about the private sector. Even if I will have the opportunity to get hired in the private sector, this business is created by another person. And even if I launch a business, this business is created by me. So the second missing point, when we talk about partnership, we should see, or we should look into how the system should make sure that what we are developing in the university or curricular program, etc., they are really aligned on the needs of the private sector. How can we settle many partnerships between university, private sector, between donor agency, private sector, university, between the government, the educational institutes, and the private sector, etc., to make sure that the student, when he's at the entry point of the system, once he have access to career guidance tools, he have access to teachers, equipped teachers, the tools that he needs, the infrastructure that he needs. When he got out of the system, he will find a business that can give him opportunity to have access to job, or he will have the opportunity to create his own job. And I will share with you this taxonomy that we got from Job Alliance. I don't know if you already heard about it, but Job Alliance, this is a new platform, and what they are trying to do in Africa, they just started 2 years ago, if my memory is good. They are looking the way to connect, to use the technology to connect to both businesses and educational, or what I will call the student agency or staffing agency, to see how we can offer the possibility on the job market to use technology to create more jobs. So even if I'm in the rural areas in Benin or in the Gambia and I don't have access to education, or maybe I dropped out from school, but I could have access, if the infrastructure is good, I could have access to many platforms. What possibility do I have to access job or to access the upskilling, reskilling, any kind of training that I need, so that I can access to a job even when I'm in a rural area or in urban area. So they have a taxonomy with 5 kind of platform. They have what they call the platform for offline work. Think of Uber in some kind of in some part of in United States. Think of Gozem in Benin or Gozem in some part in Africa, Gozem in Togo, etc. So for a platform for offline job, you will have the opportunity. This is a platform online, but when you come on the platform, you will negotiate the job online, then we deliver the job offline. This is what they call job platform for offline job. You have platforms for digitally delivered work. So think of freelancing platform. So even if I have me, for example, I am an agri-economist by training, but today with the technology, with the the MOOCs or the OPMs, the online program management, all of those online courses, I can get many certification online that will help me strive for my business, that will help me access to more opportunity, etc. So for those platforms, once you have a certification or you have the possibility to get a training online, you can offer your service to those platforms. They have what they call the digital service for micro enterprises. So think of e-commerce businesses, businesses management, and go tool for any kind of enterprise. And then what is very relevant for us here is the tech-enabled skilling platform. So those platforms we offer the young African the opportunities when they come on the platform to have many online courses, not the courses from Coursera or the Google or Google. Even all of those courses, they are really relevant for maybe tech-based job. But you know that in our context, in our environment, if I think of A-share job, for example, you know that the A-share contest in Benin, the A-share contest in the Gambia, or the A-share contest in Senegal is not the same A-share contest in France, in Europe, in United States. So even if I have the opportunity to access a certification on A-share in Coursera or in Google platform, how can I make sure that it is relevant to my contest in Africa? It is relevant to Benin. You see, so we need to have some kind of platform that will really develop we develop local content or local courses, local online program for our own continent, for our own countries. That is really relevant to Africa or to our countries. So this is what those platforms can do at that time. And finally, they have what they call the digital tools for worker enablement. Think of personal identity, but we don't have it very developing in Africa actually. And I will share with you some example of what we have in Benin. So for platform of like one in Benin, we have all those platforms here. For example, the first one, SICA, this is the public service platform for jobs. So any graduate that come on this platform, he will have the possibility to access all of the available job for him or for her, and then negotiate the job offline and then start working. We have this program which is very interesting, the PSIE program. So this is a partnership between the government and the private sector to give the opportunity to micro, small, and medium businesses that maybe they are facing challenge in how they can hire a new team, hire a new profile, hire new people. They don't have the possibility to do it then. So this partnership offered them the ability for the first year. This is 2-year agreement between the government and the private sector. So for the first year agreement, the government take the responsibility to pay the salary, to pay the social security, to pay all of things related to a decent job for the young graduate from the education system. And then for the second year, the private sector will take the charge to pay the salary. You have this platform, which is a regional platform, Talent African at International. So it covers, I think, 8 ECOWAS countries. So all of those platforms, they are what they call platform for offline work. Okay, so when you come on those platforms, you can have the ability, LinkedIn, Gozem, Yomi, For example, this platform here, in the first column, the last line, the first cell, Ulomi. So this is a platform for homekeepers, caregivers. So even if you are not graduated from the classic curriculum program, you have the possibility to come on in this platform, and you can be elder giver, caregiver, homekeeper, etc., carpenter, and have access to opportunity. You negotiate the opportunity online, and then you can have the possibility to deliver the service offline. So you have Gozem, which is very vibrant actually in Africa. So they imitate a service from the local transportation based on tech, ICT, and LinkedIn. For the platform for digitally delivered work, I think that there are many platforms here that you might know. Upwork, which is the leading platform for freelancing worldwide. Fiverr, ComeUp, LinkedIn. Especially in Benin, we have those two providers, VIP and WebHelp. So they provide what they call the relation client services to biggest company in the world overseas. So actually, they offer thousands of jobs in Benin, offering the opportunity to all of those people that have maybe background in psychology or background in sociology and that are facing issue to enter the job market or to run their own business. They can be trained in service client, customer success job, etc., and to have access to many job opportunities. And the last one, you also know some of those platforms here. So you have Coursera. In Benin, we have Blemama, we have Womenetech, all of those platforms on the second line and the third line. Those are the platforms we are working on in Benin. Blemama, this is a bigger platform for many tech-based job development skills. So whether it is design certification, community management certification, web SEO, etc. They have many online courses on this platform. And here you have Silence. So this is one of our solutions. So through Silence, we offer in Benin actually many certification in virtual assistance, service client to many students that are facing underemployment or unemployment challenges, and they don't know how to enter the job market. If they are really interested in those certifications, they can come to us, and then we will offer them our certification. So this is what we call the business-centered approach, because we only focus this time not only on the student approach or the learner or the learner interest or the learner needs, but we really focus on the business need. What are the business needs? The business or the private sector that is offering the job opportunities. What are they need actually? What are they looking for in terms of skills? And then when we know those skills, we find out the way to be some partnership with some trainers, be some partnership with some consultant, or develop our home courses about those needs, and then deliver the certification on the market to make sure that all of our learners, they can have access to online job opportunity or local job opportunities. So to sum up, the students should need to be very at the center of any resilient education system, because if we put our focus on the student, we can think of many players. Because if you have the focus on the student, now we will see how, as a government, we can make sure that all of the policies that we are developing, they really meet the need of the student. If we are the private sector, how to make sure that for sure we have our needs, but how to make sure that the students that we enter the job market, they come with the solution that we need, and we can offer them a good or vibrant workplace environment. And this is where the career guidance platform, they become very relevant in our context. Even in the family level, we as a parent, how to make sure that we are not just sending our children to school, but we make sure that when they leave the home and when they go to school, what are they learning? What are we putting the focus on? For the donors or for the developing partners, just to put the focus on the student. And then when we have the focus on the student, it will really help us to develop very lasting partnership to make sure that we are coming with lasting solution. So in other words, from the private sector perspective, we think that if we forget our needs as private sector, and then we think in terms of human need, we will say that if we fail or we are not succeeding in building resilient education system in Africa or in our country, or we are working on it actually, and it will take time, maybe we can also adopt a new approach to make sure that we are building or we are investing in resilient students. And if we have resilient students, then we can be sure that before reaching the goal of having resilient education system, we are making sure that students or the people that are African people, they are making an impact on their personal, family, community, and national level. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir, for that wonderful presentation. So we would go directly into questions and answers now, and all our able speakers kindly choose questions. Please drop in your questions if you have any questions for them. Each speaker would be answering just one question because we're so behind time. So if you have any questions for any speaker, kindly drop it in the comment section, and the speakers will decide on what questions to answer. Any questions, please drop it on the comment section.
There is a question that is just sent. It says,
Do we
why
have
is
any?
Yes, Caroline.
Okay.
So let me read out the question and then one of the speakers can just answer. It says, why is Africa developing slowly even though technology is vastly available to enhance development? So any of the speakers can just come up to answer if you can. Why is Africa developing slowly even though technology is vastly available to enhance development?
Yes, I don't mind taking the question. Uh,
Very well. Thank you, sir.
uh, yeah, Africa is developing slowly for numerous reasons. Uh, because we underutilize uh, uh, technology to begin with. Because if you look at the reality, for example, in 1970s, many advanced countries were beginning to tap from the benefits of technology, investing hugely on technology and science, for example, while African countries were actually developing policies, aspiring, like they were not taking concrete actions. So other universities, like in emerging countries, I like using emerging economics because they have similar realities with African continent. Like for example, Singapore. In my presentation, I give an example of Singapore, which have the same reality with the Gambia when they were getting the independence, and they got the independence the same year. And then you can also have South Korea as well, which also have similar reality with Ghana. But these countries are tigers in Asia. They are doing extremely well. In fact, they are hosting African summits. They are bringing African leaders even together. These countries are really developed, progressing in a pace that you could not imagine. And these countries are countries that get the same independence with us. But what do they do? Where do they get it? How do they get it right? That is what we need to interrogate as scholars. No, what they did, what their government did, was to invest hugely on their university and their research institution to find solutions to their problem. But you can come to Africa, the university and research institution are so detached. with public sector, are so detached with also government as well. You can, if you go to most university, you find dissertations and theses eating dust, research papers, dust. Nobody reads them. In fact, people prepare those documents in order to pass an, an assessment, whether to graduate for their masters or for their PhD. So these things are a bit problematic. Are problematic in the sense that these are knowledge we could have able to look at, bring out, and utilize them in our national development. So we could not, like for example, we could have partnership between the private sector and also the research institution. The partner sector should know why Africa need to go and invest in Farafenye. You understand? What capacity do they need in Farafenye? And how would they approach the market in Abuja or in Lagos or in other in Kigali or in other cities? So these are the things we don't utilize knowledge. You understand? So this is the problem. So we must have to invest hugely on research. We have to also generate the rightful policies and then implement them. So if we do that, then we can able to progress. But one cannot just sit in your office and assume that this is the problem in Badibu and tailor a policy towards that solution and then push it to the people without having that participatory approach. So it is very difficult in that way to able to make use of technology if you don't actually work together with the right institution in order to come up with the right policies and try to implement those policies, and also trying to make technology accessible, affordable, and then also integrated in our school system, as my co-presenter was actually saying, Seka, trying to make sure that it is integrated. And Professor actually delved into this topic and the rest of the presenters as well. So I believe that we are underutilized in technology, and this is one of the reasons why we are not actually harnessing the benefit that it comes with.
Thank you, Mr. Mendy. The answer was profound. Thank you. And like he said, it's because we are underutilizing the technology we have. So I hope that question has that answer has actually been tackled. So on to the next question. The question reads,
Yeah.
what could be the biggest challenge to the implementation of technology in our educational system? What could be the biggest challenge to the implementation of technology in our educational system?
Okay.
I-
Okay. Ariel can go. You can
yeah,
go.
thank you. So for me, the biggest challenge is in terms of uh, at the one side, in terms of infrastructure and also in terms of skills, because even if we raise the point of internet, infrastructure, etc., once we have it, we do need the skills to maintain the system. So the biggest challenge will be in terms of infrastructure and skill for me.
Yeah, for me, I would say education financing. Is about the finance, all that we're talking about. When we are not serious about it, when we don't want to budget it, it wouldn't. Like if you say you want a balanced diet, for example, you want a healthy family. You, like as a father in the family, you want your family to be healthy. You want them to eat well, and you are not giving adequate fish money to the family. Are you realistic or not? Obviously, no. So it's about the finance, it's about the budget allocation that we have for our education system. It's about how much of the budget that we have goes in our education system. It seems like in Africa, we are feeding our presidents more than feeding our education systems. So are we really serious about getting the adequate technology that we want? So I think these are some of the issues. So unless we get the finance, because I mean, it would be a joke if we just want to talk about it and the monies are there and we are spending it onto traveling and other stuff and not really getting the education ministers the adequate funds required for them to do what they're supposed to do. That's my take on it.
Thank you, Miss Seka. I think I want to be like you when I grow up. I like the confidence. Thank you. And talking of finance, the last section says, how do we address the embezzlement of funds in Africa by our leaders? How do we address the embezzlement of funds in Africa by our leaders? The final section, because we are out of time, so we are wrapping up.
Let me laugh with that. I will just go first. Maybe John and Ariel can come. But hey, it's sacrificing individual to collective. And we always the last time we were talking here and we were like, why rich people's kids not being successful? And I said the answer is simple, because they are actually fed from the moment their mothers are being married with corruption money, with the monies of the people. And then up to the time that they were conceived, up to the time that they were given birth to, the school and everything, and you expect those kids to be successful, it doesn't work that way. So it's about it's about honesty. And this, I think we need to really look at, and we need to look into the eyes of our parents as well. Because, for example, John, it will be very difficult for you to have a wife now because you are in the US. Everyone will want to marry you. Unlike someone in the Gambia. If you should compete with someone in the Gambia, you are likely to be the best candidate because of what? You are in the US. It's about the wealth. But how we get the wealth? The success in that wealth is the most important thing. We embrace, and this is all of us collectively in Africa, we embrace successful people, but we never ask how they got that wealth and where that wealth is coming from. So we participate and contribute to it. If we know, for example, Adam Abara, we cannot get his money unless we praise sting him. All of us will be praise stinging him. And then he will be pulling to give us. It's about, this belongs to the people. It's about attitudinal change. It's about our parents understanding and then teaching us to live by our means, to earn what we work for, and not to just be into corruption and so on. For example, the issue happening with G-Boss. How can you charge an individual $700 for food? I mean, let's be realistic. So it's like corruption is a norm and we embrace it. And it is so much embedded into our systems now, it is very difficult for us to take it out. The moment we begin to live honestly, we begin to understand that we owe it to the people. And we begin to know that whatever we take have repercussions and implications to all of us. And mind them, all of the corruptions happening, even in the Ministry of Education, for example, the money is coming up. And then we are actually trying to enjoy them. We buy cars also. We tend to ask, what will be the repercussion tomorrow? The education that we want will never happen. We have monies coming in, but they are not being used. They are going into individual pockets. Accountability is not put into the systems. So if this continues to happen, we will have a problem. So it all begins from us embracing who we are, what we have, having that hard work attitude to work and go by our means and not to live a life that is not our life. Then we can continue. If not, it will be the same.
Yeah, just to add on to what Seka said and the colleagues as well. I think they have spoken extensively about this. I think there are different ways in which we can able to curtail corruption, which is a big problem in Africa, in the globe, and then particularly within the African context. And I think there are different ways we could able to approach this question of corruption. One of them could be legislation, and I think there are quite progressive legislation being drawn with regards to uh, uh, curbing corruption or mitigating it. But I think also we have to move from also preparing legislation laws and then leaving them like that. But and then also trying to implement them to the latter. We should able to punish those people found wanting. But if we begin to celebrate corruption, then we are normalizing corruption in our society. If people get to office, like in the Gambia, if you hold team they will like you don't have prayers from your parents. They people will look at you as a failure. He is in authority, but he have not helped his siblings. In help in their own understanding is making sure that you do, start doing nepotism, bringing your family member, giving them undeserved positions. So I think we need to move away from that by making sure that we call corrupt people the name that they deserve. Call them thief because that is who they are, and then punish them according to law, and set good examples. Once we set good examples, we can able to move. In fact, that's an example what some many countries did, including uh, the Asian tigers. I keep giving them example because we were all one time colonized. We have this colonial legacy. We have all these difficulties together, but if they could able to overcome their challenges and move forward, I think we can equally do that as well. And also to close financial leakages. Like, for example, there are many institutions that people work at. It's easy to corrupt somebody. And then it's easy for people to just get away with money like that without having those barriers in place that limit their chances of being corrupted. So I think we need to move away from that. Like, for example, if I should give an example, trying to contextualize what I'm trying to say, like, for example, like if we go digital with regards to the way we collect funds, we don't need to see me to able to pay. You just need to go online and then pay and get the platform, and then pay and get your part, your receipt, and then use the receipt and submit it online. And if we did, because the reason why most authorities are even reluctant to go digital is because of this, because this digitalization brings accountability and transparency. So many people don't want to go digital, and they don't want to even keep data because that's where accountability starts from. So I think that is some of these major problems that we are having, because we know what it means if we should uh, closed financial linkages. If we close the link, then there are chances that we may have a country that is less corrupt, if not corrupt. And then the other thing, we need to be very uh, holistic in our approach. Like, for example, you have institutions where people work and paid the very minimal. Like, for example, they are paid literally $100 or less than that, and then, like, for example, 1,005, 2,000, 3,000. Then you are buying a bag of rice at $2,000. And we are working at an institution whereby we receive physical casts from the people. So you are creating room where people feel like being corrupted is so easy, and they can easily get away from that. So one of the way in which we can able to address corruption, for example, one of the ways is able to look at the root causes. Why are people corrupt? Are they corrupt because they just want to be corrupt? Why are people in Africa or some of these least developed countries with weak institutions more prone to corruption? So we have to move out of that equation and begin to look at things from a wider front. So if one of the root causes, mind you, I'm not saying that people are corrupt because they are underpaid, because this is a question of dignity, it's a question of values. Some people will rather starve than be underpaid. But we are looking at chances of becoming corruptible. You understand? So now, if underpayment is one of the factors, now let's pay people what is relatively genuine, what they deserve. That is one thing. Now, because once we close the financial leakages, we will have money to share. Because a huge part of the money in the country goes to few privileged people. That is the hard fact. Now, if we close those gaps, those few privileged people on top, who often have the privilege of getting the chance of getting all our monies, those monies will be redistributed to the economy. Redistribute, and that will stabilize the economy. More money will go into the pockets of the people. Even if more money does not go to the pocket of the people, by virtue of the fact that the economy is stable, people can earn less, low, like for example, 3,000, 4,000, and yet still the value of that 3,000, 4,000 can take care of their survival. You understand? So once we close those financial leakages, people will tend to live more a dignified life and able to afford the basic needs. Now, punishment follows suit, serious punishment, and be setting good examples. People cannot be celebrated for being thieves. You understand? And then what happened is that we celebrate the big thief, and then we crucify the small thief that goes to the market and steal a jimbo or some minor things. But the people that steals the future of the young people, that is through corruption, the people that sit on their progress, that stifle their growth, we celebrate them. That is the irony. So I think this is a question that that hinge on a lot of things and then has spillover effect in the various aspects of our life, because corruption kills not just the economy but affect health and affect education, affect even your living expectancy, and even lead to the many accidents happening on the road because people buy their lances. People go to school for education because the money that is there to strengthen education is taken away by a few privileged ones. So people will have their future end up being stolen. They go to health, they cannot be treated because the medical facility. Recently, we could hear the talk of the war between the top brass in health in our health sector. That's the same. That's the same. It's the same. Every Gambian should be the same of that. Health, life, people's life. People are coming outside, grown up men and women, and it's normal.
Thank you, Mr. Mendy, Mr. Ariel, and Miss Seka. That was indeed very profound. I think our speakers are really loaded, and I think left to us, we will stay here and spend the entire day learning and learning, but there is an end to everything, and we are at the juncture of almost ending this event. So we have some few announcements to give, and then we will have the closing remarks by Christine Gomez. So we are going to announce our upcoming events, dates, and announcements. The first announcement is the Diplomatic Talk series that is on Saturday, June 8th, 2024. We also have the other upcoming event, that is the World Youth Skills Day, July 15, 2024. And we have the International Youth Day, of course, that is August 12, 2024. And the last one is the big event itself that we are all yearning for, the Gambia International United Nations Simulations, TGI Moon 2024, November 7, 8, and 9. So watch out for more details. And in addition to that, we want to say a big thank you to all of you joining us, wherever you are joining us from. We appreciate you. We love you. Thank you for taking a moment of your time to join this event. But we are glad, and we know that you have a lot of knowledge of wisdom that you have taken in. And as Africans, we know we can do better. As we need to embrace who we are as Africans, be proud of ourselves. And you can see the Influence Africa Youth Forum. This is an event, this is actually launched by Coaches of Influence Foundation. And you will all attest to that. I know one way or the other, you have been positively influenced today attending this great event here organized by Coaches of Influence Foundation. We therefore hereby call on all partners to support the organization. because in a quest to influence and also transform lives, we need the support. We need the support in kind, in cash, or in any form, because I believe the Africa we want, we can do it. But the organization is self-funded, so we need the support highly. And you can attest to that. Really, Coaches of Influence Foundation is doing amazingly well. The organization is an organization that is actually doing all to make sure that youth are progressing. They have the school mentees program, they have the women program, they have a youth mentorship program, and more. And I will quote and unquote, like Dr. Miles Munro said, true leaders don't invest in buildings, they invest in people. This is what Coaches of Influence Foundation is actually seeking to do. They are investing into people, young people like us, who are now alumni of the organization. And because of the personal development and growth we have gone through, the mentorship of the foundation, Coaches of Influence Foundation organization, that is why people like us here can be today. So we are calling on all partners everywhere or anywhere you are watching today. Even if you are here, but you can call on partners to be able to come on board and work with Coaches of Influence Foundation. We are highly recommending you to please do so. We will really appreciate it. And I will just one more time read the upcoming events. Please take note, the Diplomatic Talk series is on Saturday, June 8th. The World Youth Skill Day is July 15th. International Youth Day is August 12th. And then the big TGI Moon. Please, please, please get set for the day and wait out and watch out for the more details, because it's going to be in November. You have at least few months to prepare yourself financially and physically to make sure that you do not miss out this great event that is going to be organized by the Coaches of Influence Foundation. So, Christine Gomez, I believe you can get prepared to give us the closing remarks as we will wrap up this event. Ms. Goddard, if you have anything to say before Christine comes up.
Christine can go ahead.
Okay, good afternoon, speakers and our participants from all around the world. I am Christine Gomez once again. On behalf of Coaches of Influence Foundation, I would like to appreciate everyone for making our time to participate in this year's Africa Day celebration, anchoring our second episode of Influence Africa Youth Forum under the theme Building Resilient Education System in Africa. We appreciate Professor Abdukarim Jallo for serving as our keynote speaker for today and sharing those words of wisdom with us. Thank you, Mr. John Mendy, Ms. Aissatou Biseka, and Ariel Jomakon for serving as our wonderful and thought-provoking speakers who have done so much justice to the theme and topic of focus. We sure may not have had such an interactive event if it were not for the two super ladies we had as our host and our co-host, Barrister Mrs. Caroline Goddard Johnson and Barrister Aissatou Sisi. We appreciate you for such amazing hosting of our second episode of Influence Africa Youth Forum in commemoration of the Africa Day celebration. We believe that everyone who has participated in this event today has a nugget to take home and even run with it for the rest of the year as we transform our education system in Africa. This is our second episode of Influence Africa Youth Forum, and we look forward to having you in our next Influence Africa Youth Forum coming your way soon. Yes, we are Coaches of Influence Foundation, and we exist to influence identity. Thank you all for joining us today, and a big thank you goes to Coaches of Influence Foundation.
Thank you so much, Ms. Christine Gomez. We are
Thank you
grateful.
so much.
So, Mr. Saho, are you ready? We are now about to have the closing prayers by an alumni of Coaches of Influence Foundation, Saribu Saho. Welcome, Mr. Saho.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, clearly.
All right. Thank you so much for the opportunity. And thank you so much for the opportunity. I would like to call on all the participants and speakers to join me in delivering the closing prayers. Uh, أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين. الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين. إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين الله لا إله إلا هو الحي القيوم لا تأخذه سنة ولا نوم له ما في السماوات وما في الأرض من ذا الذي يشفع عنده إلا بإذنه يعلم ما بين أيديهم وما خلفهم ولا يحيطون بشيء من علمه إلا بما شاء وسع كرسيه السماوات والأرض ولا يؤوده حفظهما وهو العلي العظيم ربنا تقبل منا إنك أنت السميع العليم وتب علينا إنك أنت التواب الرحيم آمن الرسول بما أنزل إليه من ربه والمؤمنون كل آمن بالله وملائكته وكتبه ورسله لا نفرق بين أحد من الرسل وقالوا سمعنا وأطعنا غفرانك ربنا وإليك المصير لا يكلف الله نفسا إلا وسعها لها ما كسبت وعليها ما اكتسبت ربنا لا تؤاخذنا إن نسينا أو أخطأنا ربنا ولا تحمل علينا إصرا كما حملته على الذين من قبلنا ربنا ولا تحملنا ما لا طاقة لنا به واعف عنا واغفر لنا وارحمنا أنت مولانا فانصرنا على قوم الكافرين. I pray that Allah grant us the wisdom, the resources needed to implement all this knowledge gained throughout this session today. I pray that Allah grant the speakers, the respectable speakers, Coaches of Influence Foundation, all the participants and mentees alike, the ability to implement all the knowledge that has been shared here today. I also pray that may Allah grant us all the strength, may Allah grant us the wisdom, the resources again needed for us to continue developing ourselves, for us to continue to contribute our own quotas in the development of the nation and the continent as a whole. I pray that we all live to witness many more Africa Day celebrations. I also pray that we live to witness many more Influence Africa Youth Forum, and together we will shape the destiny of Africa, and indeed we will contribute to making Africa the tree of life. Amen. And thank you all so much.
Amen, Mr. Saribu.
Amen.
Closing prayer.
Thank you, Sadibu, for that prayerful. I believe we have come to the close of the event. I believe we have been impacted, we have been equipped to take the next step, to move further, and to see the Africa that we want. So I believe that's the end of today's session. It was great. I love the energy. I love the questions. I love the stirring up for our speakers. And we cannot thank you enough um, for spending time together with us, teaching us. Thank you, Ariel. Thank you, Isa too. Thank you, Professor. Thank you, Mr. Mendy. Thank you. They have forgotten the media team. I want to thank this media team. These people are so good. Thank you, Dr. Ellis. Thank you, Bernadette. And for everyone that has put this together, thank you for, organizing such an event. So I believe we have come to an end, and we thank you. I believe that's it, unless there is anything more. If not, we can close. Have a nice day. Africa is our home. Africa is our future. So have a nice day.